Now I have a fishing girl on my screen.
Yay.
Oh, the birdie has delivered unto me a present.
Yay.
I have drunk the mysterious birdie's liquid.
Nice. Oh, I can see it in the corner. You're starting soon.
Yeah, that was the idea. I wanted it to fill up more of it more naturally.
Yeah.
But like, I can't figure out a single configuration that doesn't cut some elements out, but not all of it, so that it'd be conspicuous. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, have some of the buttons visible, but like, I don't want some of the buttons visible. Sorry, is what I was trying to say. You know what I mean? Like, I'd rather cover all of the button or none of it.
Can you move it? Never mind. You said you tried all the configurations.
Well, all the ones I can think of. I'm not against trying more. What were you suggesting?
If you just move it so that her bobber goes like below the screen, so like implying that the water is like off screen. Because then it'll just be like her kind of hanging like the pier and the grass just slightly above the bottom of the screen.
That's actually a really interesting take. Oh, so partially it's that. I don't know if you just saw that happen.
Yeah, the thing popping up.
But I could just have it like fucking indie game artistic as well and just be like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just her there.
I'll wait for it to catch another one to see what it does. Come on. Anytime now, love. Or maybe even slightly more across so you can also see. Well, no, but then if I... Because then the big old fucking catch UI will be visible. Yeah, see, like this. Yeah, see, half the fish is... It's just awkward, I guess. I'd just love to be able to hide a lot of the UI elements when I'm not seeing them, you know? That's literally the thing I want more than anything from this as like an update. So I'm just gonna stick to the whole thing being visible.
Okay.
I don't think that is the whole thing. I think it's gonna cut off some of the catching UI at the top. Because the alternative is to have it in the very front layer in front of the characters, but then that's just covering your beautiful artwork. Have you joined, by the way?
I'm loading.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, okay.
Fish. Oh, here we are.
Alright, let me alert the Discord. You sound like you're doing great, buddy.
I'm doing
You certainly are. Oh, I just did every slash instead of every one.
every slash.
I have to catch this one manually because it's a big one. It made a sound effect. Yeah, I have it set so that the only ones that actually alert me to their existence are the big ones.
Mm-hmm. Charm. Charm is so pretty.
Certainly better than that Sophidia. Okay, well I already have a problem with its position. I need to press buttons on the bottom right.
Yeah, it's always the struggle, huh?
It's fine, I'll just move it to the other screen. I can still see it easily. And it doesn't change its visibility on my Twitch stream.
Every time I think I found the perfect position to just put a video that I'm watching or fuck, I forgot her name. My little
your other screen distraction.
Yeah, every time I think I found the perfect place to put them, suddenly like another Genshin window opens up and its confirm button is in a slightly different place.
Yeah. Look at it go! She got it. Good for her.
Yay.
So there are new statistics.
Yeah.
There's a new...
We're almost done with this whole fucking board.
Yeah, I know. It's just employees.
It's just employees, huh?
Mm-hmm. And the moment I see any stellar employees, I'll just hire them. None today, though. Just want to continue what we were doing then.
What were we doing?
Fast forwarding through to just spend to gather as much money as possible.
Get a pricing computer, aren't we?
Yeah, to get a pricing computer or to buy demolition, like to demolish pillars, like just, you know, stuff like that.
Right.
Right, I'm saving up skill points for the Mart OS 2.0.
I suppose you also said we don't need to do that because we haven't been cashiering. So
No, so we're just going around clicking double price.
Double pricing everything.
Yeah, that's right.
We sell bananas. Since when?
We have literally always sold bananas. Holy smokes. You really truly are living that disenfranchised CEO lifestyle. We sell bananas? Fuck.
It's a pack of bananas. How much could it possibly cost? $15?
Yeah, $15 is nothing. Did you hear that Muskie Wuskie is no longer in the White House?
No.
Yeah.
I didn't. No one told me.
Elon Muskie Wuskie is moving out of the White House to start focusing on his own businesses.
Ah. Sad what the kids are calling it these days.
Mm-hmm.
That's great.
Yeah, what we were doing at the moment was like letting the store get filthy and then
Right.
I was cleaning it up because I'm still not convinced yet that that would accumulatively stack for both of us for the achievement, because I need to clean
Right.
up 500 pieces of trash, and I have
Right.
343.
We sold Moto to a farm upstate.
Yeah.
I suppose I shall. But I can't pull up Reddit stories because YouTube isn't working.
Oh shit. So what do you mean YouTube isn't working? What's going on?
Like when I load up YouTube, it gets the black background, right? And then it has all the outlines of like where the videos on the homepage and where the channel, like the account profile pics would be, and the title boxes and all, and it's all gray where like it's loading, like it's gonna pop in any second, but then it's like that for like 20 minutes.
That's so strange.
I know. I went on Down Detector too, and a lot of people are having outages with YouTube right now, so
Okay.
it's not just me.
You could always Did you, by the way, get a ping in my Discord? When I edit a message to add everyone in afterwards, does that ping properly?
No, I didn't get.
So there's no
I don't think so.
There's. You mean you don't think so? Is there a notification in?
There wasn't a red notification, but when I clicked on it, it said new message. So I guess no ping.
I don't really know how to understand that. I'm just gonna. The risk of pissing everyone off. Do it again. My god, this store is filthy. Oh my god, this store is filthy. Oh my god, this store is filthy. Fish.
Fish.
I help to catch difficult fish.
That's great.
Making the store bigger is also helping. There's a lot more trash around.
I could just pull up Reddit stories from Reddit.
I was gonna say, like, why don't you just go to...
They won't be curated. I won't have, like, read them before.
Yeah. I mean,
So I don't
honestly...
know if they're good or not.
Honestly, maybe that's the way to go. See if there's any new posts on Am I the Devil? Because Am I the Devil is a side of curation itself, right? It, like, curates Am I the Asshole.
No, I think if I go on, like, best of Redditor updates or something like that.
Okay. Or Am I the Devil?
Alright.
Like, do you know what Am I the Devil is?
I thought it was just another Am I the Asshole?
No. So, as I was trying to explain before you spoke over me with your incorrectness...
Apparently, I cannot view Am I the Devil for some reason.
Why?
Just says I can't view it, and if I think I should be able to, I should consider contacting the mods.
Did you get banned from Am I the Devil, Tyler?
I have no idea how or why I would have been.
That's what that would mean.
I don't know, man.
r/Am I the Devil, a place where it's obvious OP is the asshole. I can view it.
That's great for you.
Did you get banned from Am I the Devil?
I don't know. I've never interacted. I don't.
Yeah, shit only goes on to Am I the Devil as curation. It gets reposted.
Alright, I can still see posts that get posted to it because I just can't go on the page itself. I can still see their posts.
Okay. Yeah, r/Am I the Devil is a curation service. It posts... Stuff gets reposted onto it. Generally as a standard of when there is an asshole that is so assholish, and usually it's OP, and usually they're doubling down in updates and comments that it's like so much worse than a normal asshole.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
But also, if you want to look at best of Redditor updates, you can. I'm not telling you not to do that one. I'm just like, my no was not no. You have to do r/am I the devil. My no was no. You're incorrect about what that is.
Okay.
These two are making out in a bush near our shop, by the way. These two gays. There's two gays here making out, Tyler. No, they walked away. I exposed them and they were like, no, we're not.
Alright. It's from r/off my chest, and reposted to r/am I the devil.
Mm-hmm.
And the title is just, I think I broke my wife, ellipses, additional period.
Tyler, why would you stop? I get it, okay, why you feel the need to say it like that, but like, fuck off.
I was calling back to my immortal reading.
Yeah. Fuck off.
On here because apparently this is a place to come when you need unsolicited advice from internet strangers. Ugh.
Love that attitude is already, right?
Yeah. I, 28 male, have been married to my wife, 30 female, for a decade at this point. So 18 and 20 when they married. For story's sake, let's call my wife Mary. Fake name, of course. She's the light of my life. Everything she does it with. Why do I feel like he's gonna fucking cheat on her? Whenever they start like that.
I know.
Like, and why the fuck did you do whatever it is you obviously did? Stupid asshole. Alright. She's the light of my life. Everything she does it with such a sweet and giving heart. I really do wonder sometimes how I got so lucky when I look at her. Things have been not so great through this past year. It just seems the two of us cannot catch a break. Mary has started to pull away little by little, becoming more and more distant with me when she started a new job last year. I knew she was stressed, constantly on edge about deadlines, projects, and trying to juggle her household, so I left well enough alone and let her deal with what she needed to deal with. As time progressed, though, and she followed into the new year with this job, her mood started to deteriorate. She became more irritable, short, and to the point when we talked. If I asked her about her day, she would look at me as if she dropped her bag. She would look at me as she dropped her bag on the counter and said it was work, and then walk off to the bathroom. I probably should have taken that as a red flag that her mental health was awful, but I didn't, and as I usually did, I left it alone. Around 4 months into the year, Mary had all but pulled away from me altogether. We were basically just roommates who lived and co-parented together. She would make plans with our daughter without me, or ask if I wanted to come last minute. I could tell she was only asking because our daughter had asked if I was coming, and she didn't really want me there. These trips, road trips, or just fun excursions would usually end in us arguing, though, and her getting mad. In May, she informed me that she was taking a girls' trip with a coworker in August. This was something completely unheard of with her. She never made plans just for herself, and honestly, it pissed me off. To think she was going out of the country for the weekend was enough to set me off, and ignore the week leading up to her leaving. That weekend, I was left with the dogs and our daughter to take care of alone. When she came back, I was angry to say the least, but I think this is where I truly started this downhill chaos. She walked in with bags and bags of stuff, a huge smile on her face, and said, "I brought gifts." I let our daughter get her things Mary brought back and spent time with her before she ran off to her room to play. Mary pushed a bag across to me, smiled, and told me she didn't forget me and how badly she needed to get away for the weekend. I snapped and threw the bag in the trash with everything in it. This is where I said something I probably should. This is where I said something I know I'll never be able to take back. You probably did nothing but cheat, and I don't want a cheater. What a cheater buys me.
Oh.
Looking crazy.
Hey. Good lord. Also, I'm kind of confused. There's a statistic at the product screen that makes 0 sense.
What's to say?
Unless products in okay, no, never mind. I'm dumb. No, okay. It was like products in storage 1, but products in boxes 0. But I was like, aren't the products in storage in boxes? But it probably just means like loose boxes, you know?
Yeah.
I gotta help with this fish.
Fish.
Anyway.
Back outside. Cat.
Yeah, go back to... I'm good. I figured out my conundrum in the end. Oh, they take
Alright.
from the tops of the shelves now. Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the things I just read.
Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, you probably did nothing but cheat. I don't know what a cheater buys me. Even as angry as I was, I watched the light in my wife's eyes die. There wasn't any anger, any sadness, any happiness. She just stood there, staring at me with this blank expression. We didn't speak for a few weeks after that. A few fucking weeks, my guy. But I could tell what I said had really affected her in a bad way. She wasn't eating, her hygiene was slipping, and she wasn't keeping up with the house anymore. That's when she walked in. Also, keeping up with the house. Are you What are
Not
you doing?
keeping up with the house, yeah.
Are you doing anything?
He's too busy.
What do you do here?
He's too busy keeping up with the Joneses.
Do you work too? What do you do? What do you do here? Right. She wasn't eating, keeping up with the house. That's when she walked in September with her head hung and told me that she had lost her job. Apparently, her mental health had taken such a downturn, her performance at work had fallen, and they had found a replacement for her position. I did what I could to help her get through it, and as selfish as it was, I was relieved. I thought I would get my wife back, and for about a month and a half, I did. She was slowly coming back, smiling, laughing, talking with me. It was like the woman I had fallen in love with was back. That was until Monday evening. She came into the living room and sat down across from me. She looked angry, sad, a mix of just chaos. I was gaming and my mic was on. That's what we found what he does.
Yeah, there it is.
Cat. Oh, no cat. I was gaming and my mic on my mic at the time, so I just looked at her, waiting for her to say something. So this is where I know I screwed up. Mary's birthday was about 3 weeks ago. We had discussed some things to do, and she had given me some ideas for what she would like. It wasn't anything special or over the top. She just wanted to spend the day with me either at a spa or go out to eat or see a movie while the nanny watched our daughter. Easy enough. There's a nanny for the daughter too, so you really truly don't do anything, huh?
Jesus Christ, man.
Easy enough, right? Not for me. That is still easy for you. I think you just are a loser. I didn't plan anything, and the morning of her birthday she knew. Mary looked at me after we got home from dropping our daughter off at school and I asked her what she wanted to do. Her face immediately fell and she said nothing. I watched as she walked back to her bedroom, closed the door, and slept the entire day. She didn't even want to spend the rest of the day with our daughter once she was home from school.
Why is Arita invisible? Because I literally didn't open a single one of the other apps that I usually play.
You were so focused on the fishing.
There's fishing girl. There's a fishing girl. Look at her. She fishes so good. Give her praise and head pats.
So good.
And yell at me when I'm nearly out of butterflies. So that I can buy more.
Okay. Is that the
one in the red square
big button
that I just hit, that I just clicked to make go from 2 to 20, yeah.
Okay,
It's
cool.
the bait.
Hi, Circus.
Cannot believe.
Back to... Alright, so going back to Monday, she brought it up, asking why we were even married anymore if all I was gonna do was gaslight her into thinking I cared, that I toyed with her, thinking we could actually salvage the relationship, that I had done nothing but shatter her heart again and again. This pissed me off, admittedly. Of course it did. I know I probably had a nasty look on my face when I said this, but I was so angry I told her, you don't even know the meaning of that word. You're too stupid to know the meaning of that word, so just keep your mouth shut if you're gonna be nothing but ignorant.
Whoa! It just kept going! It just kept going, Tyler!
It just kept going.
There were so many times where that could have not kept going, but it kept going.
It just... There's so many times where it could have stopped, including the face.
Yeah.
Could have stopped at the face.
I added the sound effects for the fishing as well.
Yay.
Just so that other people can hear when I, like, do this or do this. Yeah.
She stood up and slapped me.
Good!
I didn't do anything but watch in shock as she ran out of the room crying after that. Since then, all she does is all she does is cry, and I'm at a loss for how to fix this, if it even can be fixed. I'm sitting by myself in the damn living room, thinking of everything throughout the years, as she's asleep in our daughter's room with her. The only thing she said to me since then was, "You accused me of cheating because I needed a break from stress and no help here at home for a weekend. Do you know how many horror stories I've read about husbands leaving their wives for women they game with? And you game all the time." Alright, we know what he does now. It's nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I am jealous, maybe I am wrong, maybe she deserves better, maybe I've neglected her for too long at this point. I just need a place to spew all of this as my marriage crumbles around me. Some advice would be nice, I guess.
Your advice was to get advice 100 times in different intervals before you got to this point. The advice now is to let her take her pick of your fucking assets as she divorces you.
There's an
update?
I can scroll down and do comments, but it looks like he put the updates and edits and updates in the same post, so I don't know if they're replying to the post and...
Yeah, just do the whole post. It doesn't matter.
Alright.
Just from half of the story I've read, he's a bit of a... Oh shit, I can't put the fishing there.
He's a bit of a poopy dick, yeah.
A bit of a poopy dick, yeah.
I guess an update and edit, since I don't really know how to go about it on here. So some context here that I don't seem like a completely emotionally absent husband and father.
Which is what you are.
Yeah. I work in chemical engineering, which is a very demanding job. Fucking Homer Simpson works in chemical engineering.
Okay, but Homer Simpson... No, that is not a good comparison.
No, that's
like, not that I'm giving him... Oh, this is a fish. I'm gonna fail it.
Fish.
No,
Fish.
I got it.
Fish.
No, yeah, like, not that I want to give him any benefit of the doubt, right? Like, obviously. But, like, no, that is not a fair or reasonable... Like, Homer Simpson's job would be a job that, like, requires 10 plus years of, like, science. And and Homer Simpson is a fucking moron and regularly kills people as side tangential jokes to the show. So...
That's true.
Yeah, like, not applicable. But you're right. Like, it is a, you know, it is a tough job, though.
I work in chemical engineering, which is a very demanding job. My normal schedule can swing at any given moment, and normally I work anywhere between 60 to 80 hours a week. My wife works in finance, so her job has a more set schedule 9 to 5 when she works. So she took on the majority of the household duties and cared for our child when we didn't need the nanny. It was just something we agreed on when we first got married, since she would have a more normal job in terms of schedule than I. Yes, emotionally, I am as ignorant as they come. I was raised in a broken home with very little affection. My mother had to work constantly to keep a roof over mine and my siblings' heads, and so it was a focus on your education, not your social life, and that's what I did. Financially, I'm secure because of that, and I'm grateful for that. I don't have to worry, my family doesn't have to worry, and we have everything we need. I'll never say I regret my education, but I will say I hate that it's costing me like it is now. I guess the best way of putting it is I'm a nerd in a lab coat who's an idiot with women. Yes, we do actually exist outside of shows and movies. Now for those of you saying this is fake, unfortunately it's not. Though I will say I take it as a compliment to be accused of being ChatGPT. To the other, I'm an engineer, not an English major. I'm not a professional writer, obviously, and I was told by a coworker to come here for advice. This is not Mary, and I've read through the comments, personal messages, and damn. Being honest, I didn't think I was that bad, but I guess if you have the outpouring of anger I've gotten, I realized I really needed to take a moment to think about everything Saturday as the comments about what a piece of shit I am flooded in. So I sat down with my wife yesterday after I finally got her to settle down. The conversation was turbulent, to say the least, and I've come to realize I love my wife, but I'm not in love with my wife. I'm pretty sure I actually resent her in some odd way. I don't even understand why. That was a heartbreaking thing to realize on both our parts, which I think just destroyed my wife further. I know she loves me, or she wouldn't have put up with half of what she has. I think that's what sucks the most out of all of this, is just watching as you keep hurting someone even when you want to do better by them. I know I love her, but I can't bring myself to truly say I love her. Maybe it's just the comfortability after so long or something. I don't know, and I won't claim to know at this point. She's given me a home, not just a house, a beautiful little girl, and more love than I've ever known. I'm an a-hole, I know. Trust me, I know. And I know it's something wrong with me mentally, not her. So I let her read through everything I posted with me after our talk, and I think the one comment that hurt the most from all of you, though, and the one that stood out the most to her was one that said, "How you're showing your daughter she should be treated." Eye-opening, to say the least. I wouldn't want her to be married to a man who ignored her and made her feel like she didn't deserve the world. I could see the hurt in Mary's eyes as she realized our daughter could end up in a loveless marriage because of our actions and think it's okay.
Hmm.
A lot of tears shed yesterday evening on that one, on both of our parts. So, individual, couples, and family therapy is being scheduled before a divorce is set in motion the next coming weeks. It's been quiet since then, and I can't bring myself to look in the mirror. I'm disgusted with myself. I promised I wouldn't allow my child to grow up in a broken home or feel less than loved, because that's all I ever knew. I watched my own mother end up in a loveless marriage, cheated on, divorced, and left with 4 kids to raise basically on her own. Now it just feels like I'm continuing my dad's legacy of family neglect and abandonment, just in a different way. I guess in some weird way, thank you, Reddit. Even with the hateful comments and messages, it was eye-opening to see different points of view. I'm taking it all with a grain of salt, and I'm going to do my best to try and make life easier for Mary, my daughter. Working on fixing myself and my mental health, getting Mary the help she needs, and I think any help our daughter may need from all this. Even if it means we end up divorced, I don't want them to ever struggle financially or emotionally because of me. I don't want my daughter to ever think for 1 second that I don't love her.
So, I'm sure you
There is
still...
a second update, by the way.
Yeah, I still want to say my piece. I'm sure you think he's an asshole after this, and I obviously do as well. But I've never seen a more genuine take in redemption and self-reflection than that. I genuinely think that this is a man who is like, oh, I fucked up. There's no coming back from this, so I'm going to do what I can to put the fire out of the already destroyed building that is my relationship for other people exclusively.
I'm confused as to why this is on Am I the Devil, is the thing. Because isn't Am I the Devil, it's supposed to be like the worst of the worst, right?
Right. Maybe this is just a miss. It's a good story, though.
Right. Second update. Maybe it gets worse.
Yeah.
Hi all, I never planned on a second update, but yeah, here I am. Mary and I went for our 2 therapy sessions this past week, and a lot has come out that I can't believe I was oblivious to.
Oh.
My wife has been struggling with depression and anxiety for years now. Apparently, PPD did a number on her after we had our daughter, and she never truly recovered from it. I didn't know, and that's my own fault. Oh, that's my
Come alarm.
alarm.
Everyone
Come
yell
alarm.
at Tyler to come! Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I need both my hands for this, so I had to put my phone down.
It's alright. Tyler, you should arrive. Oh, baby, I'm so
like,
close, I'm gonna
no
arrive.
swearing. Susan said you could. You've been misinformed by Susan. Can you say come? You could say it in the context of, like, you're going somewhere. I'm going to come.
That just means that we're gonna say, I'm coming to come, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably. Alright, second update. PPD did a number. I didn't know, and that's my own fault. There were points in our conversation during couples counseling that really hit hard and hurt.
Whoops,
I asked her why
forgot
she
the
pulled
sail.
away like she... Huh?
I forgot to put the sail on.
Oh no.
And now there are achievements for it, so now it's actually worse. I'm pretty
There's so
sure
much mess over here.
I'm pretty sure the achievements are just for putting it on, though. Not that it necessarily matters if I do it at the right time of the day, so I'm just gonna do it anyway.
Yeah. I asked her why she pulled away like she did at one point once she had started working again. She showed me multiple texts, emails, and missed calls where she had reached out during the day, excited about the job when she had just started. and I never answered. So her point was I didn't seem like I cared to know what was going on. So she quit trying after the first few months of me not responding. I get it, I do. If I had to beg for attention the way she's had to the past few years, I would quit as well.
Jesus
I did
Christ.
finally. She was literally
Begging.
not pulling away.
Yeah.
You were pushing her away. Damn moron. I did finally break down and ask her about the trip. I felt like an idiot when she pulled out her phone and started showing me pictures she had taken with her female coworker. Nothing but old architecture, museums, food, and art. Even going so far as to show me receipts for everything she bought, where she had been, and she did point out that she had texted and tried calling multiple times while away. I was so angry at the time, though, that I had ignored her, every call, every text, which admittedly I had forgotten about doing. Now looking back, I feel like shit about it because she told me she was just wanting to know during the time what all I would have wanted while she was away. Souvenirs, sweater, shirt, model sets, basically everything I threw away that she had gotten me. We did discuss her never wanting me to go with her and our daughter, or what I felt was her not wanting me to come. She told me it was frustrating to invite someone out weeks in advance because she wasn't just taking our daughter to the park or something. She was planning to attend events, parades, festivals. I admit I forgot about a lot of them and had forgotten to buy tickets. This frustrated Mary to the point.
I forgot about
Dude,
you calling. I forgot about the events. I forgot about the
literally,
tickets. I forgot about this.
she never pulled away. He just didn't.
I forgot
He
you
just didn't
existed.
care.
I forgot you existed. I'm sorry, honey. Can you forgive me, please? Who are you again?
Oh, fuck's sake. Weeks in advance, because she wasn't just taking our daughter, she was planning stuff, buy tickets. Not only did he forget to buy tickets and attend these things, but then later forgot that he had forgotten that, so he could blame her for it.
Yeah.
He's blaming her for all this shit when he just forgot the thing that he did that caused it. Alright. I admit I forgot about a lot of them. This frustrated Marin to the point where she felt I wasn't actually interested in going anywhere with them because I was putting my gaming first. She took it upon herself to take a pic of me every hour one day while I was gaming, and I nearly vomited in the therapist's office. I had spent a total of 12 hours on my off day gaming. It was eye-opening, especially when Mary broke down in tears and stated this has been going on for years. That's when she dropped the bombshell on me.
I would like to
She found
politely
messages
but
between-
disrespectfully strangle this man.
So, politely but disrespectfully.
Yeah.
That's when she dropped the bombshell on me. She found messages between me and a woman I game with online.
Oh no! Are we about to find out why he's the devil?
She had printed the messages out in advance and sat them on the table in front of us.
Apparently,
You've
I
been
had
having an emotional affair with this woman for years, she told me.
Apparently, I'd been having an emotional affair. I didn't remember.
I forgot.
I forgot.
I'd forgotten about that. This blindsided me, and in a panic, I walked out of our session. I realize it's better to talk to your spouse about issues and such, but it just came easier with the other woman. I know in the process I neglected and hurt our family, but I was too blind to see what I was doing.
He literally... I love Tyler. I love how you were like, yeah, but I don't understand why this is on the Am I the Devil? I mean, didn't you say this is for, like, the worst of the worst? And then, update 2. Well, let me show you.
Yeah. He's like, I'm so sorry, we're just in a loveless marriage. I guess there's nothing that can be done about that. Update 2. Turns out I did everything wrong and just forgot. Whoopsies. Since then, things have been tense in the house. You don't say.
You don't
What I
say.
believe to be my happy, doting wife now likely hates me. Our daughter doesn't interact with me, and anytime I try, she just says, I don't know what I'm doing, and pushes me away. It's crazy everything built in 13 years is crumbling away.
Because
It's been crumbling away for, I think,
13 years.
probably.
You can't
You probably
be this...
just forgot to build it right.
Yeah, you can't be this fucking stupid.
just can't. You can't be this. At some point, there's no difference between ignorance and maliciousness, and I think this is the point.
I think they're long since beyond the point.
It hurts and I hate it, but it's my own damn doing. It sure is. The thought of truly losing my family makes me physically sick, but I know there's no coming back from all this. I won't be updating anymore after this, so I'm sorry if this comes off ranty and all over the place. I'm just realizing how badly I did screw up as I sit in my car before heading home from work. Oh boy.
Like, this can't be real. Someone can't be this unobservant. Well, actually.
Mm-hmm.
No
You just
comment.
forgot to observe.
That's great, Tyler. So, do you now get why this guy is,
Yeah, I get it. Man buried the lead so far, he buried it for himself, too.
Right.
Boing, boing, boing. Up on the lamppost I go. Are signs glowing? Has it always done that?
No, that's new.
Nice.
But not to this update, I think the last one. Because we skipped that one, remember?
Right. Alright.
Circus, I really like that. He does have BoJack Horseman levels of shitty behavior.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to convince her to watch BoJack Horseman.
Are you?
Mhm.
This is news to me. And by trying to convince, I mean I've started right now. Tyler, you should watch BoJack Horseman.
Oh my fuck, Tyler, watch it! Yeah, everyone who I talk to about BoJack Horseman has this kind of reaction to it.
No, I can't leave the stream right now.
No, I don't mean now.
Circus said leave
Oh,
the stream. Do
okay.
it now.
Circus, fuck off. Don't make them leave the stream. That'd make me cry. And you don't want me to cry. It's ugly.
I was
Yes, I do.
Basil mess-
Oh boy.
Basil messaged me out of nowhere earlier today, and just asked like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I was like, "I'm doing good." And it was like, "Anything new?" And I was like, I think like she was like, "I want to like do something," and I was like, "Have you played in Stars in Time?" And she was like, "No, what's that?" And I'm like, "Well, let me tell you about it."
In Stars in Time doesn't sound like her type of cup of tea, does it?
Yeah.
It's a game I think everyone should play. It's not a game I think everyone will play, though. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I think she could enjoy it.
Ah, 2 in a row! And a quest to boot.
Transmori's gender.
Aren't you reading comments?
Oh, right. I just found a new story, so I lost that one.
I mean, I can't imagine there'd be much the comments would say that we haven't already covered.
Yeah. But my laundry alarm's about to go off, so.
If your washing machine washes things for a variable amount of time,
Mm-hmm.
why don't you set your alarm to the maximum possible variability instead of just...
Because there isn't a maximum variability. It's an unknown amount of time.
Okay,
The washing machine decides.
firstly, there is a maximum amount of variability, you just don't know it. And secondly,
Well,
there's
yeah,
a maximum amount of variability, you just don't know it. That point can be for both of those certain, like...
The washing machine decides.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know it, so I can't just set it for the maximum amount of variability.
Surely
'cause-
it'd just be like, pay attention? Like, you go up there every
what?
single time. To what, me? You go up there every single time when you set the alarm to the exact time and get an exact number that tells you how much time you have left. You literally have a category, like a fucking database of data.
No.
No what?
No, I don't go there every time I set the time exactly for it. Because A, I have ADHD, and B, I have ADHD, and C, I don't always set an alarm.
And
Sometimes
D,
I
you
just
have
sort of, like-
ADHD.
and D, I have ADHD. E, also ADHD. But yeah, I don't always set, I don't usually actually set an alarm. Usually I'm just like, I go downstairs, I throw my shit in the wash, and as I'm coming upstairs, I look at the microwave, and I'm like, it's like 3:45, so it's basically like almost 4, so at 5-ish, it'll be done.
Alright.
And that's usually the math that goes on, and that's getting it, and I usually don't actually realize. I'm like, oh shit, it's like 5:15. Okay, time to get my laundry. So at that point, it's gotten a lot of extra time. So
Alright. Well, go on,
So
go do
anyway.
your thing.
gonna go move my sheets over to the dryer.
I'm gonna blue screen you while you're gone, Teehee. While Tyler is gone, BoJack Horseman Circus. It's so fucking good. It makes me orgasm non-stop every episode. I wouldn't say every episode is a banger. There are a few episodes that are a little bit more flat. Especially in, like, the first season when they were figuring their shit out. Why aren't they fucking done? Why am I getting more shit that has 0 now? Oh, restockers. It's not the quality of the show, it's a compulsion. Bro, that's gay. You gay for that horse. You know what? I could fix him. I haven't been checking employees. Look at this fucking guy. I'm not good at anything. Not for the horse. Alright, now put sale tickets up. Total trash collected 396. Products found too expensive. Sliced bread. I've been playing a lot of Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition. Ah, it's so fucking good. They're saying something is expensive. But I don't know what it is. A mana culture. There's no way you didn't know I already know that I loved. Oh no, is it they saying bit expensive or are they saying something else? Oh. I remember you saying you rarely if ever play on the Switch, so I wasn't sure if you played it. Yeah, guess what the one of the 2 games that I play on the Switch is? Was the other one Miitopia? Love me that RPG. And I mean, me saying that I play Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, I'm like looping in Hyrule Warriors Calamity as well. What do you think of my little fishing girl? What's her name? She doesn't have one. Someone took a shit on my floor. I need to do this order properly. Order 26, we're close. And then we can bring back Moto.
I'm back.
Hello.
When I got down there, I still needed 8 more minutes.
Okay. So there's another solution to this. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Now next time you put a timer on, put the timer on, but also plus 8 minutes on it.
Okay.
And you keep doing that until there's still more time left. And then however much more time there is left, you just add that on. Or keep doing it your way, I don't care.
The dryer said 1 hour 38 minutes, so I put in for 1 hour and 45 minutes.
Anyway.
Hi, Circus. What was this about orgasming?
What does it look like it was about, Tyler?
About BoJack Horseman, I think.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know. I have no context. I only have half the conversation.
Oh no, that did come before the Hyrule Warriors talk. I got confused because I was like, yeah, we were just talking about Hyrule Warriors. What do you mean? What is it? Bah! Alright, man. Oh, that's so loud, isn't it? Alright, Tyler.
Doesn't sound loud. Nice.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Instead of doing that, Reddit, sorry? You
Right.
found a new one? So,
Okay.
you your worries about whether am I the devil is like a worthwhile place satiated now?
Yeah. Just wish I could look at it on my phone,
Yeah.
but for some reason, they blocked me. Or something.
I can't imagine that's what it is, unless you have an extensive history on Reddit, like
I
commenting and shit.
haven't done anything.
Have you not even explicitly on r/am I the devil, but like have you? Oh, Circus. Yell at me when her fish inventory is full. Because she can't make more fishies if her inventory is full. Full! God damn, what, like... At capacity. The opposite... Because it's giant... It's... Tyler, I want to scream. It's a giant red bar that said fish inventory full, covering up most of the fishing. Are you there, Tyler?
Yeah, I was just looking at my post history.
Oh, well, fuck my ass and call me a taffy? I don't think I want to fuck a taffy. That sounds like a pretty bad experience, all in all.
You should say something related to Taffy, like say like stretch my asshole and call me Taffy or something like that.
Oh, I didn't pay attention. I gotta help her. I gotta help her. Okay, she got it.
Oh, but catch the fish. You got a new fish.
I know. I'm mostly gonna get new fish here for a while though, because I haven't
Not
gotten...
actually Taffy, you would call me Taff. I know, but like... Never mind.
Tyler, they know what you're trying to say. You're falling for the bait, buddy.
So, r/relationship advice. Originally posted r/relationship advice, and reposted to r/am I the devil.
Mm-hmm.
The title is... Oh, 99 Circus.
Circus's EP.
My 36 female best friend, 35 male, is in an abusive relationship, but he moved away and I don't know how to help him.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So why is OP the devil in this one?
Throwaway account because she's probably spying on me.
Oh, hold on. I bet that this is just jealous. I bet that it's like the girl who met both him and the best friend went for the best friend instead of him, and like now he's like spinning it like oh, she's abusive, you know.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm almost 100% certain that's what this is.
Alright. I, 35 female, met my best friend of 10 years. Let's call him Tyler.
Oh,
Damn
okay.
it. 35 male. When he was in music school and we were waiting tables together. We hooked up for a few months but decided we were better off being friends.
Oh, yeah.
When he... Was that a mutual decision?
Yeah, I don't know.
When he graduated, we decided to get a place together. Oh no.
Oh, God.
We still hooked up casually.
This couldn't be more blatant.
Until both of us got in serious relationships.
Yeah.
When our lease was up, he moved in with his then girlfriend. That didn't work out. They had a terrible breakup and Tyler was devastated. I wanted him to come stay with me, but then his band... Devastated. I wanted him to come stay with me, but then his band booked a summer gig in a beach town about 7 hours away. He didn't want to move away, but he had no choice. His lead singer was friends with current girlfriend, let's call her Sydney, for years, but Tyler didn't meet her until almost halfway through that summer. She is significantly older, almost 50. To be fair, she doesn't look or act it, but really? He
Okay.
assured me it was casual, but right away I didn't trust her.
Did you, girlie? Did you not trust her?
I feel like she's exaggerating almost 50.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna guess she generously might be 45.
Yeah.
And the gap from 35 to 45 is not that big.
Especially when you're both adults in that range
Yeah.
anyway. Right?
Like, once you're at or past mid 30s.
Yeah, once you have a few decades on you, more decades doesn't make much of a difference.
Yeah. Age gaps are a lot less less of a concern once you're like past mid 30s.
Yeah.
Because generally the concern is like milestone developmental like differences in life. But like after 30, like after mid 30s, you're basically
Done.
like, yeah, there's not a whole much else going on there, besides stuff that like would be differences anyway based on like class or like financial differences.
In my Retro Achievements Discord, someone said someone should do a psychological study on the effects of growing up as a Nepo baby. Because they seem stunted, and I couldn't help but laugh at that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree.
But anyway. But yeah, I feel like she's probably exaggerating the almost 50. And then to be fair, she doesn't look or act it, so something tells me she's not it.
Yeah.
But really, he assured me it was casual, but right away I didn't trust her. My plans for Labor Day weekend fell apart at the last minute, so my boyfriend and I decided to go visit Tyler. At first he said we were welcome to stay at Sydney's. He had a house in another beach town about 30 minutes away, but he was staying with her that weekend because they had plans. His band ended up booking gigs out of town the first 2 nights we would be there. He called and said he wasn't going to be around, so it'd be better if we came one day later and stayed at his place instead, saying the beach there was just as nice. I was floored. My best friend had never treated me this way. I told him we just wouldn't come if we weren't welcome. What? He had plans. He had shit to do.
Yeah, and he literally did.
Welcome.
Yeah, he literally did say you were welcome. Hey Tyler, I bought 3 new storage expansions. You should pause reading the story to come look through the doors of them, because if you remember on the blueprint map, the storage expansions along the north wall are connected to possible future like mechanics, like module rooms.
Yeah.
You should come have a look.
Hello. Nice. Whoa!
Yes, it got him!
Okay.
I am so fucking...
There sure is a dude there.
I'm so fucking glad that got you.
There sure is a dude there.
Yeah. But yeah, look at this. This room looks fucking cool. Doesn't it?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I want to see how this works. Nice. Okay.
Well, you haven't seen how it works. You've only put 1 in.
Well, I just wanted to interact with it.
Okay. Have you petted the cat, though?
I did, just now.
Okay. Come back later.
Okay. I'm gonna keep reading.
Yeah.
After a few days of arguing, we agreed to come a day later and stay at his house. But I made it clear Sydney was so rude to uninvite us, and I had no interest in meeting her. She didn't uninvite you.
She invited you.
Yeah, Sydney didn't uninvite you.
Yeah.
He just said they had plans. Like, the band booked gigs. He actually tried to defend her, saying it wasn't her. He just couldn't ask her to drop everything to entertain us all weekend when he wasn't even going to be there. It was already becoming clear how controlling she was. Okay, you are...
So I was right.
so far beyond delusional.
Yeah. Delusional
Since
was an
Tyler wasn't
island
coming back.
Delusional was an island you passed 50 nautical miles ago.
Yeah. Since Tyler wasn't getting back until late at night, the plan, clearly her plan, was for us to meet them the next morning at a brunch event.
Whoa. Discord just made
When-
the Discord starting up sound.
Weird.
Even though your voice never dropped out.
Weird.
Whoa, order packaging apparently costs a lot. Like, we can't do it yet, but like, if you go on the Blackboard and click on the box where that cool room is.
$80,000.
Yeah. I also want to know what this garage door back here is. Because this is a mechanic that isn't a purple box. Like, it's, you know... What if I order some stock? Does it go back there? Nope, it landed out there in the front. I'm really not sure.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know either. Whatevs.
Maybe when we do the order boxing, maybe it gets boxed there, and then we have to move it to that garage door to ship them out.
I don't know.
Like maybe once we unlock the boxing, this will open, and that's where we gotta put.
No, this has been here the
boxes.
whole time. Anyway, I
Maybe
bought
it
more.
just didn't have a functional use now.
It doesn't
Oh.
have a functional use now either. The order shipping thing isn't out yet.
I like how you bought a ring.
Yeah. Technically, we don't need to buy any more storage expansions to break every pillar. We're gonna buy every storage expansion because we have to. But, like...
Right, because that's also an achievement.
Yeah. Uh-oh, this is gonna be a difficult fish. I have to click all the circles. Oops.
Click the circles.
I'm not gonna be able to in time. No, I'm running out of time. No!
Aretha,
I
the
failed.
circles.
I failed her.
Damn. She's so sad.
Actually, she looks exactly the same as she
neutral.
always has, yeah. Circus wanted to know what her name was. And I was like,
What's her
she
name?
doesn't have one.
I thought for sure you were gonna make her like Millie or something, but I don't think Millie would sit still that long.
No. Absolutely not. I'll name her after the first Final Fantasy princess, Corneria. Also because literally the game is called Corner Pond.
Alright.
So yeah. Circus isn't here anymore because EP. But yeah, her name is Corneria.
How are you gonna customize her look?
I don't know.
Alright. Anyway.
Yeah, sorry.
It was for us to meet them next morning at a brunch event. When we arrived, they were already at a table full of people eating and drinking Bloody Marys. It was clear Sydney was expecting us to join them, but we were not there to hang out with people he would never see again after he moved home.
What?
What? Okay.
What is...
I pulled Tyler aside
what-
and said my boyfriend wasn't comfortable with their friends wearing bikinis and funny costumes, and we
Ho-
were going to
hold
sit at
on.
a table across the room.
Hold on. What the fuck was... No. Go back. What the fuck was she trying to suggest?
I think she's trying to suggest that this whole thing that Tyler's doing with the band and the dating Sydney is like just a phase, and that he's going to grow out of it and then move back in with her. Because like in order to be with the band, he moved 7 hours away.
Uh-huh.
And so I think OP is suggesting that, like, this whole thing with the band and the Sydney and all these band friends that he's with right now, like, it's all temporary, and he'll never see them again once he, you know, moves back in with her.
Uh-huh.
So she doesn't care about them because Like one day he'll come to his senses, and then he'll move back in with me, and we'll never see these people again. So it doesn't matter.
This guy's fucking delusional.
Oh yeah.
I'm firing Millie, but trust me, this makes sense.
Okay. Millie's sobbing as she runs away.
I'm rehiring Millie.
She's turning in her job application, still clearly having just been sobbing.
Yeah. It's just a much better version of her. But it does reset.
I went through a trading arc in the last 2 seconds.
But it does reset her levels. And she was one of our veteran employees, so it resets a lot of levels. Oh, fish,
Yeah.
fish, fish,
Fish, fish, fish.
fish. I got it. I got the fish. So she's now level 1.
Make sure you take out a loan at some point and don't pay it back.
We can't not pay it back, Tyler.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
There's not an option to just not pay it back?
Yet another example of Tyler's memory, everyone. Would you like to come over to the blackboard and look at the perk at the bottom right-hand corner left of the unacquired employee? The perk that you have already commented on in the past?
If there are new funds to do so just make sure we don't have the funds.
Tyler. Having no money for several days in a row is obscenely unrealistic. We'll just do it on a new save.
Get that achievement.
We'll just do it on a new save. All it will literally all it will take is us playing for 3 days on a new save. We don't even have to play the shopping simulator part. We just have to sit there, buy a loan, and immediately not pay it off.
Okay.
It is good, fam. It is very funny, though, that they added an achievement for that.
Alright,
Oh, I nearly forgot to do sales.
That he would never see again after he moved home. I pulled Tyler aside and said my boyfriend was uncomfortable with their friends wearing bikinis and funny costumes. And we were going to sit at a table across the room. Sydney was not happy that he left them to come sit with us. Tyler was visibly upset that she was being so awful. I don't think that's what he was upset at.
Yeah.
He was so distracted that he barely listened when I was trying to fill him in on everything he missed over the summer. When the event started and it was getting really crowded, I said we needed to go somewhere quiet so we can have an actual conversation.
Oh, bitch, you are so... I love when it's, like, so obvious that the person is the manipulative one when they're, like, saying that someone else... Like, you know what I mean? Like, she's so clearly, obviously manipulating him. So I dragged him away from all of his friends that he would never even have to stay friends with once he eventually realizes he's moving back home with me. Dragged him to a different diner when he kept on being upset that he wasn't near his friends. I mean, something delusional. Like, my god, woman.
I wonder if the loan officers can still get me up here.
Up on the lamp? I think they can. I think they got me.
Anyway. I said we need to go somewhere quiet so we can have an actual conversation. We found a diner down the street that wasn't loud or crowded, and I finally got to catch him up on everything we'd been doing. It wasn't enough that Sydney tried to ruin our day, but that night she wanted to go see their friend's band playing one town over. Tyler took her side, saying that he never gets to see other people's bands because he's always playing. We had no choice but to go. When we got there, I followed Sydney into the bathroom to warn her that he was on the rebound and couldn't handle a relationship. She blew me off, saying that she had no agenda and they were both on the same page. As if she knew my best friend better than me.
Clearly she does.
My boyfriend did not like the band, and after the first set, I told Tyler we'd had enough. Sydney offered to pay for an Uber so he didn't have to leave. Huge red flag. I told
What?
Tyler that just because she was...
What?
I don't know.
Oh, pay for an Uber just for her so that she, like, so that OP could leave and Tyler could stay. Okay.
Yeah. I assume Tyler was their ride or something.
Yeah, okay. And that's a red flag, of course.
I told Tyler that just because she was older and successful, he shouldn't let her control him with money, and that we were his guests, so he needed to drive us to where we were staying.
Oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to get this fish because I was in the middle of making a sandwich! Yep, there's no point.
Small sushi is not found on the shelf. Why did you send that in the text?
What?
You just said in the text chat, small sushi not found on the shelf.
What?
In the text chat. If you hit T.
I don't know. I didn't say that. I didn't do anything. That's kind of creepy. Supermarket together creepypasta mode activated.
Yeah. Alright, we were his guests and he needed to drive us back to where we were staying. Sydney refused to leave and said that she would just ride home with the band. Again, no manners, but I was glad to have a chance to talk to him about how manipulative and entitled she was acting.
Oh my god.
And how worried I was. He defended her again, saying that they'd had these plans for weeks. I said she should show more respect for his best friend who had driven all this way, and that I was right about not wanting to meet her. He was supposed to move home when his lease was up, but his band booked a few more gigs, so Sydney asked him to stay at her house. So much for having no agenda. The fuck are you? I think you're making most of this up.
Honestly.
Something tells me he wasn't supposed to move home when the lease was up. She just made that up, and he was always planning on staying with her.
Yeah. Something tells me he's always known his friend as his, like, hookup friend is a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I feel like you don't live with someone for a while without figuring out they might be a little crazy. That's why they say you should really live with someone before you get married to them.
Yeah.
Alright, when he finally moved home about 3 weeks later, I thought their summer fling was over, but it turns out she had invited him on a trip to the Caribbean with some friends, and he had invited her to come visit him for a few days. But she was going to Europe in a month, and all the times before that she could visit, I already had plans with Tyler. Coincidentally. He took her side again, asking if we could reschedule, but I told him he had already blown me off for her once by letting her dictate everything when we visited, and I wouldn't put up with it again. He didn't mention her for a while after that, so I thought I had gotten through to him, but a few months later his band played in a city she lived in, not the beach. I guess the lead singer called her and she invited the band to stay with her. I told Tyler to get a hotel room so she couldn't start her BS again, but he said he could handle it. It was supposed to be for the weekend, but he didn't come home for a week. It's not like him to not check in. Suddenly the Caribbean trip was back on. I was really worried at that point, but I was not prepared for what happened next.
It's probably him fucking, like a bit, like, leaving you. I'm guessing it's like he dropped all contact and is just gone. How could he? I never saw this coming.
The other couples had issues with COVID tests, so it was just the two of them. A little too convenient. I'm not sure there was ever a group going. I think this is when Tyler got confused and started thinking of it as a real relationship with a future.
Jeez, fucking
I don't think Tyler's confused about anything. I think
the gaslighting!
God, I hope there's a comment in here from Tyler, like that's just like Carrie, please.
Yeah, name drop the real name.
Yeah. Anyway. When they first got there, Tyler was texting me back the normal amount. What is normal for you? But soon his texts came back slower and slower. His ex had posted some nasty tweets about Sydney's age. I thought he should know, so I sent him screenshots, laughing about how he's looking forward to their feud. He didn't respond until the next day, when he said it wasn't a feud, it was his ex being jealous and ridiculous, and Sydney had nothing to do with it. I said semantics, and he didn't respond. When I texted him the next day, he told me several gigs were canceled because of a blizzard, so they were staying an extra week, and he wouldn't talk to me when he got home from vacation. And he would talk to me when we got home from vacation.
Mhm.
That's when I knew he was not okay. My best friend had always been there for me, and now I felt like I couldn't reach out about anything going on with me. Sydney was clearly threatened by our friendship, because he
Oh
would
my
never
God.
do that on his own.
Yeah, right, man.
When he finally got back, he told me that Sydney was coming to our city with their beach friends in 10 days to see a band reunion. She claims she bought her plane tickets during the time when they weren't talking, but it was obviously a ploy to get him back. He invited her He invited her to stay with him after the weekend so he could introduce her to his parents and show her around the city. Obviously her plan worked.
Literally, you don't
What the
introduce your
fuck is going
friend.
on?
You don't introduce like your good friend to your parents. You introduce your partner to your parents.
Yeah, they're
So this is
They're
what's happening.
dating.
This is what's happening.
uh-huh.
OP is fucking delusional. Yeah?
OP
So
is
delusional that the guy that she's constantly talking about is jumping head over tail through hoops to make sure that OP doesn't explicitly get told that her best friend is dating this woman. Like the nasty comments about the ex and the meeting the parents and the no, we're actually staying. Like a lot of this like might be the best friend trying to hide information because he doesn't want the crazy bitch in his life to be a crazy bitch in his life, right?
Or it might just be her ignoring signs because it doesn't fit with her worldview.
That's true as well, actually. Some bitches be so delulu.
For all we know, he could have texted her several times, like, hey OP, like I need you to like chill out about
My girlfriend.
We're getting serious, and I think it's really rude what you've been doing.
Yeah.
And OP's just like ignores the text and doesn't say anything about it, and basically just like doesn't bring it up.
Yeah, exactly, because she is the narrator of this story.
Mm-hmm. Alright, his band went back on the road, so I didn't see him for another week. We made plans to go out, but I got called into work. He said he had plans to Zoom with Sydney to plan their trip, since she was arriving that weekend, and he'd canceled on her twice to keep plans with me. I was livid, but didn't let on. I think you let on.
Yeah.
I calmly explained that I needed him. I hadn't talked to him in weeks, and it was really important that I get to spend some time with my best friend.
I'm guessing she calmly explained that in the same way Dumbledore calmly asks if Harry put the goblet in his name in the Goblet of Fire in the movie.
Including the grabbing onto the shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Slamming him against a wall.
Yeah, including that.
When he got to my place, he said he could only stay for a couple of drinks, then he was going home to Zoom with her. I asked what she wanted that was so important, and he mumbled about changing her plane ticket, coordinating dinner with his parents, and making arrangements for everything else they were going to do. This was the last straw. Alright.
Thank
you
Christ.
Just have a bee in your bonnet about this. I started screaming that Sydney... I started calmly screaming.
Yeah.
It doesn't say calmly, but...
I know.
I started screaming that Sydney was a grown-ass woman who shouldn't need him to hold her hand. That's not holding her hand. You just need to coordinate that shit with people.
Yeah.
That's just shit you have to talk about.
Yeah, it's like if I was coming up to the same fucking country as you, and we wanted to do shit together.
To the States, like, I wouldn't expect you to do that shit on your own.
No.
You'd have to coordinate with me. Someone would have to pick you up from the airport, which means you'd have to make sure you get a flight that comes at a time and day that I'm available to pick you up.
Yeah.
Like, we'd have to talk about shit.
Talking? In my relationship? Oh, fish.
Alright, that a grown-ass woman who shouldn't need him to hold her hand, and she was blatantly manipulating him. That isolating him from his friends is a sign of abuse. I said I knew he would never tell me not to text. I said I knew he would never tell me not to text him, and I knew she made him say it. She had probably stolen his phone, and she obviously was a complete nutjob who couldn't take a hint.
Jesus
He didn't defend her.
Christ.
He just apologized and asked why I didn't text him if I needed him, as if I would do that when he clearly had better things to do. What?
Jesus
Girly.
Christ.
Girly pop.
That response of his makes me feel bad for him. Because instead of, like...
They've been friends for 10 years. I think she's been working on him.
Yeah.
She has massaged his brain to jelly.
Yeah.
We went to a bar and I finally got him to... I finally got to tell him everything going on with me. I forbid him to look at his phone. If she can do it, if she can do it, I can do it.
God, she's...
We ended up drinking heavily, and I made him sleep at my house instead of driving home. The next morning, he freaked because he missed several texts from her. I guess she still thought their Zoom date was happening. I got him calmed down, assuring him that he was better off without her and that he should let this be a clean break.
Oh my God.
I checked on him the next afternoon, and he was even more upset. Sydney told him she was sticking to her original plans with her friends and ended things with him.
Oh my God.
He had sent her flowers, but she refused to go to the door. She's a middle-aged woman and she's freaking out because he didn't call when she wanted him to. I sent him a few articles about emotional abuse and made him promise to read them. He probably should read them.
Yeah.
Because I think it would reveal some things about your relationship with him, OP. It's all I could think to do.
No.
Because I think it's notable. I
can...
think it's notable
Go on.
that
yeah, sorry.
she keeps saying, like, I need time with you. I need time to spend time with I need to spend time with you, blah blah. But every time they actually get to spend time together, it's always, I finally got to tell him everything going on with me. It's never like he told me everything going on with him. Or it's never like we caught up mutually. It's always I finally got to tell him everything that was going on in my life. Or I got to tell him everything he missed. It's always her talking.
No, I so desperately want there to be enough of this story where the happy ending is that he realizes that OP's abusive and goes back to Sydney and explains that, and Sydney's like, oh shit, okay. Second chance is okay. I so don't want this to be the end, Tyler.
I offered to hang out that weekend so he wouldn't mope around, but when I got off of work, he didn't text me back. A while back, I had convinced him to share his location with me because he was really drunk and I was worried about him. He never turned it off, so I could see that he was at a hotel near the concert venue. He was clearly with her. When he finally got back to his place, I called and asked what he did the night before. He had the nerve to lie and say nothing. I gave him another chance and asked if he stayed in all night. He said yes. This was just too much. I went off on him, telling him I could see he was with Sydney, and he was obviously too embarrassed to admit it. I said best friends don't lie to each other, and he had become someone I didn't want to know, someone who would choose money and trips and partying over a 10-year friendship. He tried to apologize, but I told him I wasn't going to put up with this disrespect. I said our friendship was over and hung up. I thought this was probably the best thing you could have done for him.
Honestly, I'm doubting this, if I'm being honest.
Like, happy birthday, Tyler.
Yeah.
You got a gift. I thought he would call me back, but he didn't. So I texted him, saying again that I'm sorry, but I can't watch him destroy his life over someone like her.
If you ended the friendship, why did you think he would text?
Because she's trying to guilt him into messaging. Yeah.
I know. Like, I know the answer to this question, Tyler.
He responded by unsharing his location.
Good.
I did a lot of journaling, getting my feelings out. How much he meant to me, how he was always there for me, how I could tell him anything. How hurt I was that my best friend of 10 years was treating me like this. How horrified I was that he was pursuing a relationship with such an awful person and choosing her over me. When I got it all out, I sent it to him on a series of texts.
Oh,
no response.
Of course you fucking did. I used to be like that. You know what I used to be like that at the age of?
Like 12?
12 to 15, yeah. Yeah, no, I grew out of that before I hit adult. Can you, for the class, I know how old she is. Can you, for the class, Tyler, remind us of the age that she said she was at the start of this story?
35.
Yup.
I blocked them both on Facebook, which turned out to be a mistake because both of their pages are private. So when I unblocked them, I couldn't see either page to know what they were up to. Wah, I can't stalk them. I reblocked her so she couldn't spy on me, but I left the door open for him to reach out to me. I texted a few more times but got nothing. Sydney had clearly forbidden him from apologizing. Or he's just glad to be
so
rid of you.
Delusional.
I heard through mutual friends.
Sydney's clearly refusing to let him apologize.
Because clearly he's the one who needs to apologize. I can't possibly be wrong
I
here.
can't with that one, Tyler. That one is too much. She's refusing to let him apologize. Holy.
I heard through mutual friends that his band played another tour and she had gone with him, that he was planning to live with her at the beach that summer. His band broke up, but he got a job in his friend's bar, which led to him joining another band. I had some friends text him to intervene. One of them he ignored completely, and the other reported back that Tyler told her our friendship was over, that he didn't do it, but it was for the best. I was devastated that he wasn't even willing to fight for me.
Oh, hey, quests. They're fish quests.
I sent him another text. Fixed fish quests?
Yeah, see? It's like every 4 hours, you get fish quests. And if you do these specific fish... Oh, except I'm not going to be able to do this one. It's a like, legendary. It's yellow name. The chance of me getting one of these is, like less than 1%. I've only ever found one in my entire time with this game open for like 18 hours.
That's Sparks.
It is.
Axolotl.
Corneria wants to catch Sparks. Shit, you know what, Tyler? This is an interruption. You developed one of the 4, like... I almost want to say, like, wings of expansion and, like royalty that like govern the land that this like whole campaign is set on, and like clearly you've left the other 3 extremely open and ambiguous enough for me to pick. Even you've left that one open and ambiguous enough that I'm sure if I wanted to I could be like, hey, can one of the Gilderoys have done this? And you'd probably be like, yeah, there's enough of them to go around, right? But
yeah,
like,
there's 700 years worth of
Gilderoy. Yeah, I'm sure I could do a little.
Like 3 or 4 that I've actually got characterized.
Yeah, so. I'm sure that I could, like, if I wanted to say, and oh, definitely one of the other Gilderoy heirs was like this, you know.
Yeah.
But like, I want the North Wing to be also a reference to that Final Fantasy. Like if the West Wing is like commerce-y, charisma-y, I kind of want the North Wing to be like magic-y, intelligence-y.
Do you know what's really funny about that?
Is that what you were thinking as well?
No, but
okay.
I was thinking that the North... No, similar, like, it's just kind of funny, like, coincidentally how it works out. I'd worked in my head, I thought, like, because I was trying to track, where Jazari would have come from, because he wouldn't have been from the West, because he went to the West.
Yeah.
So he would have probably, so I was thinking, like, I don't know where he come from, but think he would have...
Maybe the South, if I'm being honest.
And I was saying, like, I think he would have met Mavari in the north, I think. Like, Mavari would have been born and raised up north.
Okay.
And so it's kind of funny that you said they're more intelligence-y, and that's where Mavari was born and raised.
Yeah, no, I'm down with that.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. No, I'm down with that. But yeah, and like, so I'd like that founder. So like, if the West is the Gilderoy line, I'd like the North to be the Corneria line. And the original founder, I want to be a girl, a lady,
a duchess.
Oh, Duchess, the Duchess of Corneria. Yeah, That actually rolls really well off the tongue. Hold on. And she was like one of the greatest magical thaumaturges and scientists of her time. In the way that, like, even though he's long been since deceased and, like, so much more science has come out, we all still, like, reference Einstein and, like, his stuff is a basis. Einstein and Newton and all that shit. I want her to, like, be that for, like, basic magic study. You know what I mean?
Like, she's the one who basically, like...
She discovered the weave exists. That's what I'm gonna say. Like, the weave is a D&D construct that defines magic, and I'm gonna say that people knew how to do magic beforehand, but it was like, oh, I'm just, like, thinking real hard, or, like, emotion, or, like, this exact set of autistic techniques makes me... And she's like, no, it's the weave. It's this thing. It's like a dimensional blanket on top of our blanket, and they're like, oh, okay. And now everyone understands that they're tapping into the weave, you know?
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so
left is charisma commerce-y.
Yeah.
Um...
Shit, that means we have to make One Direction a wisdom-y, faithy one. That has to be the South, then. Because if I can't think of a fucking, like America, Southern America, like, you know, the bad part of America, the South, religious, like, MAGA heads, people who wouldn't be okay with gay people like Jazar. Like, I feel like that's a funny way that we could do that. I was also
thinking they could just be, like, more the strength agility ones. They're the more military focused. So a little fruity little twink like Jazari wouldn't have fit in anyway.
Yeah.
Like, even if he wasn't gay, he probably would have run away because he wanted to be a bard.
Yeah.
And wasn't going to, like, sign up for the military.
Yeah, no, definitely. I don't have a name for that, like, leader, though.
That's fine.
But then what the fuck do we make the East? Because we can't just make them constitution-y. That just means that they can eat a lot and not vomit. Like, that's not... That doesn't, you know... Well, actually, hold on. Hold on. I actually do have a take for this, actually. I'm going to take that back. I have a take for this. I have a take for this.
Yeah,
I have a take for this. What if I made the East very mostly mountainous land, and the Eastern explorer ruler, whatever, was a dwarf? Because that literally is the the dwarf is the archetypal constitution-based character.
Yeah.
Like, what is the most notable word that you use to describe a dwarf but hardy, right? Like...
Yeah. So, like, for the capital, connecting these 4 points, like, the West would have been, like, the main trade hub.
Absolutely.
That would generate a lot of the capital. The North would get, like, would be their, like, research base, basically.
Yeah, it's like where all of their...
informed all of them.
It's where all of the big universities would have, like, exist from, and, like,
that's
animal
where Bard College is.
Yeah, 100%. East would probably be, like, the industry, then, because
East
that's
would be, like,
where all the shit, like, materials would
industry,
be gathered.
Factories, and production.
Yeah, and South is military.
Production and also, like, mining, and probably agriculture as well.
Yeah, yeah.
It's, like, a lot of... production, basically.
Because, like, all the minerals that you get up there enrich the soil, something Stardew Valley, something. And yeah, the South is military.
South is, yeah, very military focused, very...
Yeah. I could even make...
Maybe they have, like, a border to the south, and that's why they protect it.
I could even make the South have lots of islands and, like, subtly hint at the whole, like, America's desire for expansion by conquering lots of smaller islands first during that whole World War I period of time, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. No, I like that a lot. I'm down for that. The only one who I haven't...
America?
Sorry?
Why's it gotta be America?
Because what else would it be?
Australia!
Australia's not a conqueror, Tyler! Our people didn't conquer anything!
Do we want to ask the natives about that?
We were dumped here! That's the UK thing! We didn't choose that! Blame the UK. You know what, fine, it's not based on America's colonialism, it's based on the UK's colonialism. How about that?
Alright.
At the end of the day, it's still fucking colonialism.
Yeah.
But anyway, I like that a lot. Do we have a
Do you think
name?
any of the Do you think any of the other royal lines are still around?
That's a really good question. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an heir in the dwarven line, because dwarves are a
Probably.
naturally long life race anyway, and
Mhm.
there's not much that you can do to keep a dwarf down except to stop its beating heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they're still the dwarf line. They're just not royal anymore.
Yeah.
They still got the blood, but they just don't give a shit and give a shit enough to like be like, "Hey, I'm the prince of blah 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 blah."
I have to
Like
imagine that
just
they
like,
might not even
just
ever have
just
really.
mining.
Yeah, I might have to imagine that they might not have ever really been like that, because I've always idealized dwarves as like these workaholics, hate sitting still kind of like people. You know what I mean? So like I could never
Mhm.
imagine them in like cushy jobs of royalty, because that would involve like sitting on your ass all day signing papers and having
Right.
meetings, and when they'd rather be just in the mines or like work like on in a like forge, like smithing and working and shit.
I imagine the Mountain Feller family royal line fell as soon as they settled in the mountain.
Yeah.
It fell as soon as it began.
I kind of want to imagine, you know what? If I'm having the most control over the Corneria line, I'm going to keep my ideas to myself about that one, in case I can use them as potential future plot points.
Alright.
But yeah. And as for the South, I don't know much about that. Would you like to take that one as well, Tyler?
Sure.
I want to be rude and be like,
imagine-
you'd have experience after all.
I imagine for each of the 4 major lines would have initially had a mausoleum to host their like royal like
Yeah.
corpses, basically.
Yeah.
And in the capital, like and sort of like representationally positioned in like the northwest, east, south,
Yeah.
like gates, basically.
I get what you mean.
But the east mausoleum has long since been replaced by just a plaque that's like in honor of the great, and then just the first one.
Yeah.
Because like, they never got any like the dwarf line. They were buried where they died, as is dwarf custom.
Yeah,
basically.
ceremonially, dwarves would hate to be buried on like a landfill sort of grave anyway. They would want to be cast into the Underdark, like encased in
Oh,
stone kind of situation.
You know what they probably dig? The Cobwyn funeral passage.
Oh shit! You know what? I'm gonna steal in Stars
Like
and
Odile?
Times. Yeah, I'm gonna steal in Stars and Times Stay and say that they're not.
Like they get cremated and then our ashes get compressed into a gem.
Yeah.
That's sick as hell.
Or not even a gem as well, because it could be like hammer. Like if you're a Smithy family, it could be the hammer as well. Like
Yeah.
it's like the sort of folded steel that like gives Damascus steel its look, but all of the lines in it are just the ashes of previous dwarven like members of that family. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I like that's fucking badass. That's metal. Okay.
Yeah. The only thing you write in a will as a dwarf is just what you want your ashes to be made into. Whether you want a gem, a hammer, a sword, whatever.
Can we make dwarves what the fuck? Is communist the right word for like just everyone like equal the thing? What's it?
Communism, socialism, I think there's a difference between the two. But
Yeah, but like, can we just make dwarves
whatever you want it to be.
socialists? Where they
Sure.
like they just don't like. There's no like real concept of owning things. You know,
Yeah.
I think that's another reason why they don't have a will. Then you know, they're just like, when I die, my shit will be distributed to other people who needs it. The only thing that I really owned was my body. You know. I like that.
Like
idea.
when I die, like when you die, what do you want to happen to your stuff? My stuff. My stuff? What stuff is mine? Oh, you know, like the stuff you own.
Own? Yeah! Own question mark?
I mean, I use stuff, but everyone uses stuff. I just use it until I don't need it, and then someone else uses it. I assume when I die, I won't need it, so someone else will use it. Doesn't matter to me.
Man.
Why would I be fussed about who uses it when I don't need it?
Yeah. Exactly. The complete opposite mentality to hoarding wealth. Gilderoys. You know what?
Hey, Thomas Gilderoy was like basically the best CEO you could ask for.
Still a CEO, Tyler.
Well,
can't win them all, buddy.
If you don't feel like toiling away in a mine, you could go in the West and have a perfectly good life.
I just kind of like the idea that now there's like a natural, completely friendly, like rivalry between the dwarves and the Gilderoys now.
There has definitely been a few, like, torrid love affairs over the years.
Oh god, and you know what? The North and the South would be as well. Because the North would definitely be like, you know, like, thinking the South are just brutish, like, fighting with the weapons when we can do, like beguile the mind and bend space-time, and you just hit things with your hammer? Fucking oaf.
And the South would just think that the Northerners are a bunch
Hoity
of
toity.
hoity-toity.
Yeah, I like how we both went to the word hoity-toity!
A bunch of hoity-toity book nerds who are perfectly fine with, like, who would be perfectly fine with ordering, like, military forces to achieve something that they couldn't because they're not strong enough.
Yeah, exactly.
But not respect the, like,
the strength required to do it.
Effort and the effort that they had to put forth to build that strength.
I also kind of think the dwarves and the Gilderoys, like feuds were mostly like not serious and in jest, like, you know what I mean, like
yeah, I think the dwarf and Gilderoy feud would be like the feud between Legolas and Gimli and Lord of the Rings. Like,
whereas the feud
they're mostly joking.
Whereas the feud between the Quinarians and the whatever the fuck the Southerns would genuinely like have been like, okay, we need a mediator to step in between these two, or there might be some wars happening.
I feel like they're all like they come together for like a dinner like once a month, like the four dukes and duchess and the king or queen or whatever. They all come together for a family for like a big old dinner, and they're like they're all bantering, but like there's clearly a tension between two of them and there isn't between the other two.
Yeah.
Literally, like Thomas Gilderoy and Cordelia are like they're like they go to the side and Cordelia's talking shit about the other one and Thomas is like, oh, you're serious? Oh. She's like, I can't stand that man. And he's like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, this is awkward.
Because I love my dwarven, like...
I love him. I would die for him.
Yeah.
I just...
And she's like, I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire.
Okay, bestie. Bestie, I think we need to,
Every single time he
looks over at the dwarf who is giving him the exact same face from where he's been pulled aside by the southern leader.
Yeah.
And he's like, help.
Yeah.
And George just shrugs like,
I fucking love this. I like this quite a lot. Do you have a name for what you think the southern, like, I almost want to say his name he wouldn't be like a king, it'd be like emperor or something, you know? Or even general
Emperor's,
something.
well, I guess it doesn't have to be realistic, but I think realistically, emperor is above king.
Yeah, right, buddy.
I think it'd still just be like a duke, though. They are called Lord and Lady, though.
What do you
Like
mean?
Dukes and Duchesses. Dukes and Duchesses, they're still called, like, Lord and Lady. So he'd
Well,
still be
no,
Lord.
because I was thinking like general something or emperor or something. Like that's what I was saying. Like,
Yeah, he'd probably be called by several titles. The same way, like, the President of the United States is also Commander-in-Chief, and... You know.
just make the emperor the original. No, I don't want to make it that bad. I was gonna be like, just make him Trump.
Nah, because I want there to be... Cause I don't want one of them to be blatantly bad, is the thing. I want there to be, like, nuance, where, like, yes, he is militaristic, but, like, they are a medieval fantasy country, and there is a need for military, like, at certain points.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
like,
No, I was just
have military.
Hey, I was just joking. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But I do think it'd be kind of funny if it was like these very fleshed out characters with interesting and nuanced backstories, and then Donald J. Trump.
And also,
you know.
Yeah. And, like, yes, the Northerners do come off at times as, like, you know, again, hoity-toity rich snobs who look down on everyone who doesn't have an intelligence score of, like, 18.
Yeah.
But, like, you do need research.
Like, talking about, like, they're the, like, you know, they're the D&D counterparts of, oh, you went to Dale, not Harvard? Oh, okay. You know what I mean?
Didn't go to an Ivy League? How sad for you.
I feel sorry for you.
I'm so sorry. That must have been devastating for your parents.
Yeah. They are 100% like that.
But, like, you also, education and research and intelligence is very important to a developing nation. So, like,
but especially a nation reliant on magic, because like, fucking up with a sword, you might like fucking up with a sword, you might like cut yourself or cut someone else. Fucking up with a magic spell, you can create a black hole.
Yeah.
You know, like,
because like for all its like brutish military nature, like the South was probably like pioneers in the like normal medical field.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
So like they have their things going on.
Oh yeah, no, I fully think that would be the way it would go, yeah.
Because like when you get real good at getting hurt, you get real good at getting yourself not hurt.
I've been doing something funny. Would you like to try and figure out where all those shop expansions are that I've been buying, Tyler?
Are they back here? Are you building? Are you buying a ring?
Maybe.
Okay. At least we could start painting these back walls, and I don't have to wait until you get the expansions for them.
Well, I want to spend all the money on the expansions first, and I want to spend all the money on the pillars next. But yes, you are effectively right.
But yeah, I imagine people would be like, oh, like, so most of the, like, colleges and, like, higher educations are up in the north. So if I wanted to go to, like, say, med school, that'd be up in the north, right? It's like, no, actually, that's in the south.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. You want to go get, like, medical training, that you go in the south to get that sort of education. Oh.
I just had to manage my fishing lady.
You had to fish to catch a fish. Yep. You gotta keep me informed of the fish you catch. I want to know.
I haven't been. I have not been. It happens all like I don't pay attention to it, which is the kind of way that you can play the game. Like,
right.
So like, it is all like outside of my like mental attachment, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, look, she does this stuff all on her own. The only time I get a ping is when there's a fish that she won't be able to auto-catch, just with, like, the fishing rod power.
Mm-hmm.
And then all I do is just go over and click for her a little bit. And then I go about my day. And sometimes when she runs out of bait, I click to buy more bait. And sometimes when the inventory is full, I click to empty it. And sometimes...
The end of things.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Sometimes, that's it. Alright.
Got more things.
I'm also constantly looking at employees to see if there are any more worth hiring. Why there are so many more lady employees than there are dude employees, I will never know.
We need more dudes. We need a Mori.
I know. Well, actually...
The boy isn't gonna do without the boy to kiss.
Yeah. So, I think Dex is a little confused about the direction that you transed Mori. Are you implying that Mori is still a he-him, but just...
Yeah, he's still a he-him.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So I was
I
wrong
just made him
then.
a trans he-him.
I was wrong then.
What did you think I made him a she-her?
Yeah.
No. Getting top surgery to remove boobs would be a strange choice for a male to female trans girl.
Well, I don't know if...
I mean, you could do whatever you want, but...
I don't know if those scars mean remove and get, because I'm not educated about that stuff, because I don't feel the need to be. I don't feel like I need to know the nuances of the surgeries that trans people can go through to like want to support trans people, you know?
I don't think there are usually scars for
I don't know. Yeah.
plus boob top surgery.
I wouldn't
know
know.
there definitely is for minus boob.
Well,
top
yeah,
surgery
yeah, the ones that you always see on trans characters, the under the boob lines.
Yeah.
Well, they'll just be under the nipple lines. Well, boys can have boobs.
Yeah.
New employee to hire? Nope, a bunch of 8s. Lame. Alright. Sale. I have nearly forgotten literally every single fucking time, Tyler. But yeah.
You're not,
I need to... I realize doing my research on our D&D campaigns for future plot hooks may not just be watching the fucking... the D&D sessions. It also might be watching Adventure, watching our fucking...
Yeah, you might have to watch Supermarket together a bit as well.
That's insane.
We do talk a lot about D&D and Supermarket together.
Yeah.
I think it's because I'm always excited because it's 2 days away.
Yeah. I feel like I'm the one that brings it up more often, though.
I think if you'll find if you listen though, like as soon as you bring it up, I basically like jump. I'm like, yes, we can talk about it. Okay. Awesome.
I know. It happened this time, Tyler.
I want to talk about it. I like D&D.
Anyway, why don't you continue with another Reddit story?
Oh, I hadn't finished this one yet.
Oh, cool. I really thought it was? Okay. That's alarming.
Okay. Tyler told her that our friendship was over, that he didn't do it, but it was for the best. I was devastated that he wasn't even willing to fight for me. I sent him another text saying we had just had a fight. The friendship didn't have to be over and that we could work it out. I told him I missed my best friend, talking to him and all the fun we had, but she had obviously made him choose. I sent him one more text saying I was worried he'd been brainwashed and to please let me help him get his own life back. No response. It's been months since I sent that last text. His new band doesn't play in our city, but he brings her home for holidays and other events. People tell me when they see them out, that obviously she's too threatened. People tell me when they see them out, but she's obviously too threatened to let him contact his old friends. He's completely isolated him now. What? He's not isolated though.
Because people are telling.
Yeah, people see him out, and you just said that he brings her home for holidays. Like, so they're seeing his friends for the holidays, friends and family, just not you.
Because you're fucking crazy.
Oh, and here, even more. Reaching out to his family won't help. I don't really know them. They have accepted her into their lives because they clearly don't see her for who she is. She's not isolating them. Sounds like you were the one who was isolating him because you don't know his family at all.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone experienced this? Is he too far gone? Do I have to wait for him to hit rock bottom before I can get my best friend back?
Oh my god. This
top comment.
Go on.
Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, this girlie is the unironic representation of gaslighting doesn't exist, you made it up because you're fucking crazy.
Yeah. The top comment says, it's hilarious you call his actual girlfriend controlling, but you're the one monitoring his location at night. And then OP replied, he didn't mind until he had something to hide. The fuck are you talking about?
He didn't mind I was controlling until someone told him I was controlling and he realized.
Another comment OP replies to says, you're absolutely delulu if you think the problem here lies with anyone other than you. I'm honestly surprised you could keep a boyfriend with how obsessed you are with Tyler, who was in an abusive relationship for quite some time before he got the strength to leave you. Good for him. And OP replies, my boyfriend's secure enough to not get jealous over platonic friendship. They were friends too, through me. And that person replies again, let's be honest here, girl to girl. Even if you're not sexually attracted to your best friend, there isn't anything remotely platonic about your relationship with him.
No.
You feel entitled to his time and attention and believe you should be prioritized over his actual partner. And then you throw a whole ass temper tantrum when you realize you're not. Take the L, leave that man alone and focus on your own relationship. And OP replies,
oh my god.
Of course we're attracted to each other, but our friendship was too important to risk messing that up. He always emphasized that before she came along.
Jesus Christ.
I think your best friend had a toxic best friend, if you know what I mean. In the entirety of your post, I saw a relationship evolve on his side, you hating that woman since the beginning, you manipulating him to stop him from seeing her. I think it's a good thing he cut contact with you. Nope replied, he was a very good friend before he met her. He wasn't toxic at all. He did everything for me.
Oh my god, she can't be that moron. She can't be that stupid.
Even with previous girlfriends, he made sure they knew I was a priority. And someone else replied to that. The comment hinted that you're the toxic friend. You're a narcissist, seriously. And OP replied, she's the narcissist. I thought that was obvious based on what happened, but she obviously managed to convince him that I'm the bad guy. My lord. Okay,
you know what she should do?
Yeah, what?
She should seriously consider getting into gymnastics, because the hoops she's going through, the mental gymnastics that she's doing.
Mental gymnastics. Someone commented, I didn't manage to read it all. You don't behave like a friend should. Respect your friend's life and relationship, accept the plans he suggests, and act in a way that doesn't create problems for him. If I was him, I wouldn't invite you again. And
he didn't even read it all to know how bad it is. If that guy's only up to the part of inviting people.
Then OP replied, if you didn't read it all, you can't see the whole picture. And he hadn't seen me all summer, so she should have given us some space and not expected us to do everything she was doing. That's controlling. And the original person replied, I eventually did read it all. It made my impression even stronger. It's normal to prioritize a relationship over a friendship. It's not an obligation to meet up with friends. If he doesn't feel the need to catch up, maybe he doesn't think you're his best friend. Maybe he thinks you're his ex that he chose to stay on good terms with, but who wouldn't leave him alone and let him have a relationship. And OP replied, I drove 7 hours to spend Labor Day weekend with him because he'd been away from home all summer. It was rude and controlling for her not to let him. And then she got upset because she expected him to hang out with her even after his plans changed. He was more worried about her feelings than what he actually wanted to do. He was a mess the whole time, and we were there trying to keep her happy, and I've never seen him like that. That's manipulation. She pretended it was a summer fling, but she immediately started to run off all his friends and isolate him because she's
No,
old and
because
desperate.
he probably told you it's a summer fling, so you wouldn't do exactly what you did.
That's gaslighting it. Or he didn't even tell her it was a summer fling. She was just like, I'm seeing someone, and she assumed like, oh well, you just got out of a relationship and like it's summer, so this is obviously just a summer fling.
That's even better, yeah.
She pretended it was summer fling, but that's gaslighting and textbook abuse. He wasn't equipped to deal with that. I did my best to protect him, but he couldn't see it. And a best friend is way more important than an ex. He always said our friendship was too important to risk making it romantic, and he always respected my judgment about his previous relationships. The only thing that changed was her and her selfishness.
Oh my god. This girl's gonna give me, like, brain cancer. I can't, like...
Another someone replied to that. The textbook abuse is coming from you. Get help.
Like, is it truly this bad?
I don't know. I'm looking for any other times that she replied to something. And someone replied to a different comment and says, it doesn't sound like he invited her. She told him she was coming the week before and expected him to blow off his holiday weekend plans. She made him leave a fun party with all his friends and sit in a diner listening to her talk about herself, and made him leave a show to take her home even though he told her he never gets to see other bands. And then OP replied, best friends don't need an invitation.
Yes, they do!
Oh, my lord.
Sorry, maybe that wasn't clear. Alright.
Alright. Yeah, I can find a new story now.
Is there no updates? I don't know if there should be.
Nope.
You know what, I'm actually happy about that. Never mind, I take it back. I'm glad that there are no updates. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, go on, continue.
I'm just trying to find another post, cause yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. R/advice. I, 24 male, am not fulfilled by my relationship with my girlfriend, 23 female.
Oh boy.
My girlfriend and I have been in a relationship for about 1.5 years now. To be honest, there is absolutely nothing wrong with our relationship. We are both happy and complement each other well. I'm aware that this sounds very unusual, but no matter how good our relationship is going and how much my girlfriend does, I always feel unfulfilled. This is what causes my even stranger and irrational desire for a second girlfriend. I need to make it clear that this has nothing to do with sex. Me and my girlfriend have a good sex life, and potentially better sex is not really even a factor in making me want a second girlfriend. This also doesn't have anything to do with infidelity. I've never had anyone in mind, and I'm definitely not willing to cheat. If I did somehow have two girlfriends, then they would know about each other. Whenever my girlfriend does something nice for me, or if she's loving towards me, then I can't help but think how good it would be if there were not one, but two people treating me in this way. I'm not fulfilled by only her showing affection towards me. Of course, I'm grateful that I have what I have, and I do feel guilty because of these thoughts, but I can't seem to give this desire up. Whenever I am talking to and spending time with my girlfriend, I wonder how cool and interesting it would be to do the same but with two different people. In fact, I almost feel a sense of loneliness when I'm with only my girlfriend. In general, I just feel that loving, being loved, and being intimate with two partners is much more fascinating and fulfilling. I'm also quite certain that in the future I will get bored of just one person, so it makes sense to have two partners.
Okay, well,
Nothing more. Huh?
I was just like, okay, well, no, stop the sentence.
Nothing more than two, because that will probably be overwhelming. I don't think I am necessarily poly either. I simply don't put too much importance on sex, and I've never been a fan of casual sex or anything of the
Okay,
like.
but that's not what poly is.
That's not. Yeah.
Also,
that's not.
it also explicitly sounds like you're poly, but it also sounds like you're toxic.
Yeah, it's long for polyamorous for a reason, because it's love, not. It's not polysexual. It's polyamorous.
I'm sure polysexual is a thing, though.
Yeah. I simply don't put much importance on sex, and I've never been a fan of casual sex or anything of the like. I just feel as if having two girlfriends will potentially be less boring in the future, and will give me nearly twice of what one girlfriend can give. I understand that these kind of unconventional relationships are much more unstable and require a lot more effort. At the same time, I don't want to settle for an unfulfilling relationship with one person. I do also have the financial resources and time available to support two partners. I know for a fact that my current girlfriend would be against this idea. I also admittedly see this whole idea of having two girlfriends as far-fetched, yet I can't get over it. This is not a fantasy either, but more of an unhealthy, bothersome obsession. I don't want to ruin a good relationship over some random obsession. I'm starting to hate having thoughts like this, because they are keeping me unhappy when I should be happy. I have been trying to get rid of this way of thinking for months now, but I simply cannot convince myself that one partner is enough for me.
That was fucking
I know
weird.
a lot of people might.
I had a moment of lag as I was moving towards the manager blackboard. And you know when you're moving, when lag happens, the input gets continued for that time, right?
Mm-hmm.
The lag undid itself when I was like in the manager blackboard, so close to it that there was nothing but black. Like if you come into the manager the manager room and you like press your face firmly up against it, like you see what I mean. I like lagged from like, yeah, right. I like lagged from here to like here. And so the game just looked like it shut down for me for a second. It's kind of freaking out.
Oof. I want to jump on the door.
So, like, there's a few aspects of this that I do agree with, being poly myself, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm not done yet. I'm almost there.
Okay.
I know a lot of people might advise me to leave my girlfriend, but I think I could potentially sort this out. Does anyone have any advice on what I could do in this situation, or to help me see things differently? Too long didn't read. My relationship with my girlfriend is good, but not fulfilling, and I want to have two girlfriends for some reason. I want to get rid of this way of thinking.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get rid of the way of thinking. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, what it sounds like is you're poly and you just don't like that term because you have a misunderstanding of what it actually means, right? Because explicitly what he's describing is that he wants a poly relationship, right?
I don't know about this, because here's the first comment.
Oh boy.
First comment is a question. Will you be comfortable with your two girlfriends each having 2 or 3 boyfriends? And OP replied, sure, I guess, but I wouldn't prefer it because having multiple boyfriends will prevent them from spending time with me and will make this kind of relationship even more complicated. It's like, so you just want people... you don't want like a poly relationship. You just want two people who give you time and attention.
I mean, there are some poly relationships like that for what it's worth. But also, yeah, it already sounded selfish before, and it sounds even more so now.
And then some replied to that. So you're a narcissist. If you got another girlfriend, you'd probably want. If you got another girlfriend, you'd then want another and another. You just want people to fawn on you. That's narcissistic. Also, I noticed you in your post, you talk solely about what they can do for you, and nothing about what you'd be willing to give them. No acknowledgement of the fact that you'd then have to give twice as much of yourself.
Well, okay, I don't know. Some of that isn't true. He did say that he has the financial capability to take care of two people, and like the time economy to do so. Like, he did genuinely say that.
Did he?
Yeah, remember?
I must have missed that.
You read it out. How do you miss what you read out with your mouth? He like legitimately was like, I do have the financial and like, I do have the finances and the energy to like handle having two partners. The writing it like he has the finances to handle it is kind of cringe on its own, because it's like, oh, okay, so you'll just handle them by giving them money, will you? Oh, I was never getting this fish.
There's just one line that said it, and I forgot.
Oh, it was an axolotl! I did catch another one!
Axolotl!
Yeah, I gave him to a dealer. Immediately. I wasn't expecting the axolotl to be the fish that I caught for the quest. And the first one, no less.
You caught Sparks.
Yeah. And he was sucking dick. It was weird. I need you to understand.
That dick around those teeth.
I need you to understand, by the way. Oh, I just got the 500 trash achievement. Did you?
I also did, yes.
Did you get the 500 boxes in the cardboard baler achievement?
I only got one achievement.
That's weird. Do me a favor and check your statistics.
Okay.
And have a look at the bottom. It says boxes introduced to Baylor.
Statistics.
I'm gonna put the cashiers back on.
Boxes introduced to Baylor is 571.
Check to see if you got the achievement then, because you should have.
Supermarket.
This
insert 500 boxes into the cardboard baler.
You did get it then. This motherfucking employee is $185, and they're like 6 stars in the stats. Jesus Christ, you're not worth it.
Sometimes you apply for a job with lofty expectations, to put it generously.
That is certainly a one way to put it. Yeah, see, like, so, like, a lot of, well, not even a lot, but, like, a bit of what he's saying does have, like...
The dick, though. I want to hear what you were saying about that.
Oh, yeah, when Dex saw it, they were, like, really, really, like, they were like, no!
Well, that's why I spoilered it, so you didn't have to click on it!
Yeah, but he was gonna.
I spoilered it and said explicitly what it was, specifically so Dex wouldn't have to see it.
Yeah, but he was gonna.
I cannot be held responsible for that.
Yes, you can, Tyler. Don't act like you cannot tell me that you wouldn't immediately click on something that says, "Hey, this is something you don't want to see."
Yeah, I do, but I don't blame the person who posted it because they did all the things they were supposed to do.
He wasn't blaming you, but I am. He's saying that you should have drawn it.
Well, fuck him. I'm gonna draw him sucking Lottie's dick, like, because I'm also gonna write about him sucking Lottie's dick, and it'll be fun. He's also going to suck Lottie's dick, so.
He just thinks Sparks is childish. Like he just like thinks of Sparks as like child coded.
Being childish and being child coded are two different very different things. I think.
Right, because I think adults can be childish. That doesn't mean that
And
they
also,
shouldn't.
I don't think he's child coded. I think he just speaks in the third person. That's it.
Yeah, he speaks in the third person, and
and he's a little bit stupid, and that's it.
and he's a little bit stupid. Yeah. Like, yeah, it was never my goal to make him child coded. He's just a little bit oopid, you know? Brain not all there.
He's like as child coded as Torbeck is.
Yeah. And is Torbeck allowed to fuck?
I think he just can't get any bitches. Is his problem.
I don't know what the law is, so.
I think he has a girlfriend, but she doesn't like him, and he is kind of a pathetic, sad man about how his girlfriend isn't into him.
Mm-hmm. Hey Tyler, guess what I just rebought?
Moto!
Now go look at the bottom storage door.
Bottom storage.
Like all the other way.
Bottom storage door. Ah. Tomo!
So now there's two Motos.
Moto and Tomo.
Moto and Tomo? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Yeah, I think there's a few aspects of what the guy is saying that make sense when you have a polyamorous desire, right?
Right.
But I don't think the problem is that he's polyamorous. I just think the problem is that he's a selfish narcissist, right?
Yeah. I think he's a selfish narcissist who also might be polyamorous, but not know how to deal with that on account of being
a selfish narcissist. Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, I don't think the problem is that he wants multiple partners.
But yeah, the give twice as much to yourself, and then OP replied, the thing about so you're a narcissist, that reply,
yeah.
OP replies to that and says, I don't know about being a narcissist, not something I can self-diagnose. I don't want multiple people to fawn on me because I think I deserve it or anything, but sometimes because it just feels nicer. I also think being with multiple people will be more interesting in general. This wanting for more may be explained by the fact that I don't have anyone other than my girlfriend, or because I strongly feel that one partner will eventually get boring for me or her. I can't be certain though, because it's not something I can make sense of. I only want 2 partners maximum though, because anything more will be overwhelming. Someone replied to that, you need a friend, not another girlfriend, a regular ass platonic friend.
That could also be true if I'm being honest.
Another reply, so have you considered how anyone else might feel in this arrangement? How might it be positive for them? Because it kind of feels like you think you're the only person that matters in both your current relationship and any other possible relationship dynamic.
I didn't put a sail up!
You didn't put a sail up.
It's like 19 p.m. Shut up. Don't
Sure
even.
is like
Don't. No, shut up. Shut up. Don't even do it. I know what you're doing. You just did it. It's too late. But I'm still saying shut up.
OP replied, I'll do my part in making sure they are fine with this arrangement and give them what they want in return. It's not my responsibility to tell them what they should or shouldn't do. And the person who comments replies, see, this answer is kind of a cop-out. Also, it seems to strongly imply that you believe this arrangement would not be beneficial or desirable to the other parties, but instead something they would tolerate in exchange for something else, and that is not good. I'm also a bit perturbed that you don't appear to particularly give a shit about your partners as individuals or people, but merely by what they provide to you. You seem very self-focused, and that's never a good thing in relationships. I find it difficult to see how you could be a good partner to one person, much less 2. OP replies, there's probably at least a handful of people who would prefer this arrangement, quote, in exchange for something else, at least I assume. Not just tolerate, but enjoy or even prefer. If you can disprove this, then yes, it is selfish for me to want this kind of relationship. If you can't, then I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, see, like, he is right about that specific nuanced point, because obviously poly people exist, right?
Well, I think this specifically the point that they're saying is not that the part of the arrangement that they're saying like is they're not in the relationship because they want to be, but because they're getting something from you out of it. Like you are giving them something to be in the relationship, which is weird.
Oh, okay. I guess
And he's saying there are probably at least a handful of people who would prefer the arrangement, quote, in exchange for something else.
Well, I suppose sugared that. Oh, I don't need to do cleaning anymore.
And then the other person replies again, listen to me very, very carefully. If they need something else in exchange for accepting this type of relationship, they are merely tolerating it, which means they're not happy with the relationship, but with whatever else you're offering. If what you're offering is material, i.e. money, shelter, gifts, then that's a transaction. It's not the relationship that makes them happy, and if they have real feelings for you, they will still be unhappy. I cannot imagine anything non-material that you could exchange for this type of relationship because it is inherently unfulfilling for the other people involved. The only way this works is if it's a transaction where the other party has minimal or shallow feelings for you. Is that what you want? And he replies, yes, of course. If it is transactional, then that's fine. I don't expect them to love me as much as a girlfriend in a monogamous relationship would. People are only as committed to you as you are to them. I just like the idea of having more people in my life.
I shouldn't be doing shop expansions before I've done restocking, actually. Yeah. He's going about such an awkward and narcissistic way of wording what could be a genuinely reasonable, like, desire. You know what I mean?
I think it's just that he sees girlfriend equal good feeling, so to girlfriend equal to good feeling, but not thinking anywhere beyond that. And like in attempting to square that, like everyone's like, but like the two girlfriend are still people who would like, you know, things, and like are you like just gonna make sure they're okay with it? Like what's your plan here? And he's just like, too good feeling is the plan. And that is the extent that he's thought about it. He's just like, surely there's someone out there willing to do that. And it's like, yeah, sure, probably.
Yeah.
But like, make a friend. You could make a friend. I think you just want attention. It's also just the like, eventually one partner will get boring for me or her. It's like, I think that might just be for you. I think.
Yeah, people are capable of being monogamous relationships.
Yeah, there are people who are monogamous for like decades.
And as a poly person, I'm not poly because I got bored of any original partner I have. It's just because I, like, developed feelings for a second person, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's not... Yeah, I don't love the wording of got bored, definitely. Oh, fish. I got more clicking power, so now I can help them with fish better. My clicking is stronger, Tyler.
You can get fish better.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oof, that was
I
expensive.
abandoned the looking at Am I the Devil posts and I just went to my homepage again.
Okay.
So.
Hey, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Come here for me.
Coming. Yeah.
I banish you to the corridor. Follow it until the end.
Okay. Okay. Do I have to turn down the...
Yes.
Okay. Did I hit the end?
No, it's a
done now?
circle.
Oh.
I'm kidding. But I did it for loop.
Yay.
Oh yeah, if I want my employees to restock, I need to set them to be, or to storage, I need to set them to be storages.
Yeah, you do need to tell them to do that.
Yeah.
This isn't like a household where you can expect your partners to pick up the mental load of thinking for themselves. In a managerial role, your job is quite literally to just tell them what to do.
I feel personally called out by that one, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
But like, secondhand for the appropriate audience that you're talking about, I'm assuming?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, I don't feel personally called out, like, to me. I feel like what you've done is, like, give me a memo I need to personally deliver, actually.
To personally attack someone else.
Yeah. Because it's like a memo from you, but it's also from me. And you know that because it's why you gave it to me.
Yeah.
It's like, here, this is your sword.
That's some fuckery that a time traveler would do.
Yeah, it's very hard
to
and
like
stuff.
try and like align the timelines properly.
Very Daven. That's very Daven. What is her name? Terezi. That's very
knock
very.
on your door.
It's very Daven Terezi. You know what I mean?
Just knock on your door and be like, "Here, give this to Braden."
Wait, who are you? You close this door.
Don't worry about it. Just trust me.
It's in my handwriting, but I never wrote this.
It's blatantly not in your handwriting. Just.
What the fuck? You're undermining the bit, Tyler.
It wasn't, and you were just like.
You're undermining the bit, Tyler.
I know.
How could you do
Just,
this?
like, how impersonal can it be? It's not in your handwriting. It doesn't even say, like, it doesn't even have, like, your fucking actual name at the bottom. It just says from the signed the Dragon's Bastille.
Oh, I'm not catching this fit. Oh, no, I'm not. This is way too high.
Aww.
Look how difficult that fish was.
Yeah, that fish is so difficult. Don't worry, Boyson. We'll get your boys soon.
I'm trying, Tyler.
Maybe not soon. We'll get them eventually.
I'm trying so hard, Tyler. I can't help it if they don't.
Want to give us such capable women, and I get it, but you know. We need some men here. We need an Ekam, we need a Mori. End of list. Jazari, I suppose, also.
I don't know if I brought Ekam, he'd bring a gun to the store and shoot the customers he didn't like. Especially if they had a Valley Girl accent. I don't know about that one. Haha! We finished day 69!
Nice.
Also, Mathematically, we are at the maximum of customers we're ever going to get in a day. In fact, we would have been for the past, like, 5 or 6 days.
I think,
Go on.
sorry. I think it'd be funny if after the Sophidia arc and Ekham's proven right for his immediate vibe check with Sophidia, you should always make sure to have at least one NPC we interact with have a Valley Girl accent, but are explicitly not be evil. Just to like tingle at that. Just be like, he actually always just thinks girls with Valley Girl accents are evil. He just happened to be right this time.
That's kind of cruel. I like it.
And Charm's like, maybe I was wrong about that pep talk.
What is your obsession with making characters worse, Tyler? Like, better characters, but,
really
like,
funny.
worse people.
It's really funny.
It'd be really funny if actually. But yeah, no, we're at the max customers. I said this before, I wanted you to, like, fucking respond to it, not your own thing, but, like, I'll say it again.
Max customers.
Yeah, that we'll ever be able to get for the store. We would have been, actually, for quite a few days.
Right, because we get more customers with product variety, and we've gotten all
No,
of the products,
you
right?
don't get more customers with product variety.
What?
Yeah. They just get bigger wallets with product variety.
Oh.
Well, actually, I'm saying that out of my ass as well, if I'm being honest. It could also just be the same thing. Nope, customer amount is based off of the day. Goes up 1 a day. It goes up by, like, 3 for every second, third, fourth, etc. player that you have. It goes up by an amount for every more customers perk that you get on the, like, Blackboard. And it also goes up by an amount when you pick harder difficulties as you start a world, because there are, like, difficulties. But
I never did the prices.
That's a good point. But
Could be making marginally more money.
But it is capped at 70.
Mm-hmm.
I'm running around doing the prices then. But yeah, it's capped at 70. And so for us, it would have been capped at 70 for quite a while now.
That's nice.
I don't think
That we
it
hit
is.
it. I mean, that we hit it. I mean, though.
I suppose.
We've gotten all of the customers. No more customers to get.
I would like more.
Yeah. I want to get only by Salt Guy again.
Well, we probably have.
Oh, that's true. We aren't paying attention. Imagine being in the aisle, like, to purchase shampoo, and, like, as you're reaching down to grab one, the employee runs through the aisle and makes the price, like, $1 more. It's like, aw,
It's capitalism for you.
bad luck.
Every now and then I just get a random need a broom for this message.
Yeah. Get out of my way. You are not to be priced.
When you turn around from that aisle, you're done. Because I'm
Okay.
doing the one that is behind you at the moment.
Nice.
Yep.
So did you do everything else?
Yep.
Or... Alright, cool.
Yeah, of course I did, Tyler. I went from the other end of the store.
Right.
So is there any more comments or updates on this one?
Alright.
Sorry, what were you going to say, though?
Because I was trying to remember what we were talking about before, and I completely forgot that I was reading a Reddit story, so I was just gonna go back to the conversation about the 4 Dukes and Duchess.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna go all the way back there, because I completely forgot what we were talking about. So it's just like, we were talking about the Dukes. So I was gonna ask, like, so how are dwarves usually named? So I can name the dwarf. Like, that was gonna be my next topic of conversation. But no, I just pulled up another Am I the Asshole story because I've abandoned the Am I the Devil thing.
What language is like the name Mjolnir from? Like Mjolnir.
Mjolnir is Norse.
That's how.
Norse name.
Yeah,
Okay.
dwarves are Nordic. Like dwarves are like almost always represented with heavy Scottish accents and Nordic.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Oftentimes in stereotypical media, their last name will be, fucking, like, Nordic name. Their first name will be Nordic name, and then their last name will be Weather Phenomenon Blacksmith Tool.
Like Stormhammer or something.
Stormhammer, yeah, exactly. But I don't want... some of them will...
Stormcloak.
Yeah, exactly. I have to assume that some of them will probably be called like Weather Phenomenon, like Tool of some sort as their last name, but I don't actually want that to be the norm for them.
Okay.
But I do want I love Nordic names. They sound fucking metal. So like, yeah, just give him a Nordic name.
I think the mountain that they settle in would be the like either his first name or his last name, and that's about as royal as he gets.
Yeah, no, I agree. Also, Tyler, have a look at our on-sale alcohol, because I've never seen them chew through it more like termites than this time.
Oh yeah, it is disappearing. That chocolate's getting lower than I've ever seen it too.
No, I've seen a shelf and a half gone.
That's fair. It's just surprising because there's usually so much of it. Anyway. What, So if I'm making Jazari based on the South, Jazari, like, born and raised in the South, then the South would be Spanish.
Yeah, if you want. I don't want to. I don't want you to think that you have to make Spanish into like warlords and like warmongers though.
Well, they don't have to be warmongers, is the thing. They just have to be military focused, military and strength and like that kind of focused. Like, again, I want there to be nuance here and
yeah. Military, it might not even just have to be like military or like just strength or like what's a more like a body, like it's, you know, like focused on the body and the like, I don't know, like I don't want it to sound like they are just objectively opposed to magic. And like I suppose it would just be military, but like yeah. Heck, you know what? It could be military, but it could also be like the home of Kung Fu. Like it could be that kind of, but like
Martial arts and stuff.
yeah. So it could be like
That'd probably be part of military.
yeah.
Military stuff.
So you know what? It could be like you know, like military, but like mind, body, and spirit kind of situation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'll let you like figure that shit out because like you can have as much fun making shit in this world as I can. I don't see why not.
Mm-hmm. What are you gonna do about the king, the capital king?
King and queen, eh?
I suppose there doesn't necessarily have to be a queen, but there usually is.
Come over to the cardboard baler, by the way, if you want to see what it spits out.
Yeah, I've seen it. I went over while we were fast forwarding.
Yeah.
And I grabbed one and put it in the trash.
Wait, where'd you put it? The trash?
Trash.
This is recycling. It's why it gives you money
it's
back.
It's a trash bin.
It's recycling. It's why it gives you money back.
Okay. I do like that the animation for the box being put in the cardboard baler isn't sped up with speed up, so the employees do have to stand there for the full, like, 3 seconds it takes to do.
Yeah, I have to wonder if it even is faster or not.
Which, like, isn't a lot of time, but it is a lot of time when everything is sped up this much.
I almost want to get rid of it if I'm being honest, Tyler. Like, we've got the achievement from it, you know? And it doesn't seem like it'd be faster.
I think it's fun.
Yeah? You want to keep it?
Yeah.
Alright. They're slowing me down.
Petted the cat. Gotta pet the cat.
Petted.
You gotta petted the cat.
I petted the cat.
Oh, they're happy.
Mm-hmm. I put a single arcade machine in there to placate them.
Placate them?
Yeah. Those kids and their video games, I gave them Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird's a video game, right?
According to Brian David Gilbert, yes.
I'd like to know some of the context of what you just said.
Brian David Gilbert refers to him. He's basically a radical gamer or game definer. He says as long as it is A, on a screen, B, tracks stats, and C, gives you points, it is a video game. Therefore, Fitbit, video game.
No, I agree with that, actually.
Yeah, I agree too. Because it was on one of the because he's the fact checker for Actually, I think, right now. I don't know if that's like a permanent position for him, but he's been there in a few different clips of episodes I've seen. And like he's being introduced with the, and with us as always is our fact checker Brian David Gilbert. So I think he's there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they were introducing the category for the next few Actuallys, and it was like video games, and I think it was what the fuck is her name? She's been on a few Game Changers, so I I know you would know her if I could remember her name, but I can't remember her name. But she said like
Been
I've
on a
never
few
played
game shows. Vic Michaelis. That
Nope, I would remember Vehicular. Would remember Vehicular.
Vehicular. Okay. That is certainly a nickname you've given her. She's been on a few game changes.
Every short that she's in, like, people are calling her Vehicular or something to that effect in the
She's been on a few game changes. Describe her, like, stature, like her body, like what is...
She's like tall and like thin.
Gangly?
Kind of gangly.
Does she kind of speak in like a bit of a nasally reserved voice like this?
Yeah.
Alright, I know who you're talking about, yep.
But yeah, she said that she never played a single video game, and Brian David Gilbert was like I don't think that's true, and then he's like went to explain, it's like I'm a bit of a radical with what I'd find in this video game. It's like I think as long as it's on a screen, then it's a video game, and so he was like, so if your mom like plays a lot of Candy Crush, then she's a gamer, and one of the other guys was like, but how far does this go? Like if you play like Wordle, and he's like, then you're a gamer. And he's like, no. And they were like, he was like, if it is on a screen, it tracks stats and it gives you points, it is a video game. And so he's like, so Fitbit, video game.
That's great. Yeah, no, I think I know who you're talking about.
If, like she had played a game under those conditions, but it would be really funny if he was I think you've played a video game, and she was like, no, I still haven't.
She was in the Olympics video. The one that you're talking about. I believe she was one of the 3 people in the Olympics.
Yes, I believe so.
Because it was Brian David Gilbert. It was fucking...
Iffy Itawale or something like that?
It was Iffy Nadiwe. The one that you had so much...
that's what it is.
Yeah, and I think it's like pronounced like you do N and W like Nadiwe, but it's fucking...
yeah.
It's a hard name to pronounce for people who are not familiar with that, like, culture. It was her, yeah. I just can't remember her name. And I think it's hilarious that they put her in that against Brennan, the most competitive person that the world has ever seen, and Iffy, probably the most athletic person the world has ever seen. Like, have you seen Iffy's body?
I have seen Iffy's body.
Right?
I dropped a plate.
You what?
I dropped a plate.
Hold on, I need to, like, look at it. I'm eagerly on the edge of my chair awaiting more episodes of Game Changer.
I've pulled up YouTube trying to... Like, that's gonna help me figure out who she is.
I'll just watch the first...
work.
I'll just watch the intro... Because, like, do you know how the start of all of these episodes go?
Yeah, they introduce them.
Yeah, they do a gag to introduce them. They're like, looking like they just got do the thing. Yeah, I know. I read the moment you described her as thin and reedy and kind of tall. I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure because most of the girls are big, and the only couple of ones I can think of that aren't are Vic Michaelis, and you know what I mean.
Welcome everyone to the 2025 Olympic Games.
Oh, here we go.
Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Really proud of yourself, huh? Representing Ifiwadiwe, it's Ifiwadiwe!
What's good?
It actually just kind of sounds like the N is completely silent sometimes, honestly. It might just be Ifiwadiwe.
Might be.
Yeah.
To World Series champs Dodgers.
When I first read that name and didn't hear it, I definitely thought it was Ify.
And representing Katie Maravich.
Katie Maravich! That's her. Katie Mirovich. She's great, because she's got this I'm only here because I've been paid to be here energy, and it's great.
Yeah.
I love so many of the members of Dropout, man. Like, so
They're so
many
good.
of them. Like, Vic Michaelis's, like, if Brennan Lee is I'm here to win, Vic Michaelis is here to make Sam lose, you know?
Yeah.
And, like, and Katie is just here to get paid. But, like, not really,
Yeah.
like, obviously she is having fun and
Yeah.
wants to be there, but, like, that's her style of comedy, you know what I mean? Like...
You realize that with there's enough connections now that I think we're steps closer to having one of the Game Grumps or both of the Game Grumps on Game Changer.
Yeah, because they know Brian David Gilbert.
They know Brian David Gilbert, and they also had Iffy on the Grumps 10-minute Power Hour.
What? They did?
Yeah. Dan was out for a thing, and so Aaron had Iffy Nwadiwe as his guest.
You need to link me to that one, because Aaron and Iffy is a combination I need to see right now. Damn it, Tyler, my fish inventory is full. How could you do this to me?
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Corneria, who is sitting there not fishing because you didn't... something her fish inventory was full.
Also, I would love to link you right now, but my YouTube is still broken.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What is it called then?
Hold on. I'll get it on my phone YouTube, because my phone YouTube still works.
That makes no sense.
I don't know.
I'm sure I could literally just Google the Grumps.
Iffy, yeah, probably the Grumps Iffy. And...
Oh. Blah.
But it was a recent one.
So
Here,
this is
I
what
got it already.
So this is what's happening. Huh? Oh, well, it actually loaded though. Yeah, the price
There
is
you
right,
go.
but eBay with Iffy no anyway.
Do you like him just holding a foot?
Yeah. Yeah, I figured I was just gonna find it by searching it. Alright, how much more time do you have until you have to booger off?
Like a half hour.
Okay. I would like to point you out to the fact that with the amount of expansions that we've bought, Tyler, we can now officially destroy every pillar in the building. Like, come and have a look at the
Yeah.
map. There is not a single pillar that is inaccessible to us now.
Mm-hmm.
That is all
Um,
of them.
Don't we have to destroy the ceiling beams too, though? Or is it just pillars?
Shit, I just say shit, I do say shit. Never fucking mind. Alright. Get your face out of the thing. Move.
Sorry.
You bitch.
Alright,
Alright.
so I'm waiting, so I'm back.
Those are the ones we have destroyed.
Oh. Work. Work. Work.
Alright, let's push through a few more days then.
Yeah.
Because it should only
Alright.
take like 3 or 4 more days in game to like have bought every store expansion and storage expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Did I check the employees this time? Yep, there's nothing good.
Dimension 20 also had Aaron on for a one-shot campaign, I think. So,
No! No, I've seen Aaron on Critical Role.
Critical Role, that might have been it.
Yeah, Aaron has been on
I mean,
Critical
all
Role.
those D&D shows.
Well,
He has been
so,
in Critical Role with Matt Mercer.
yeah. And Matt Mercer has been on. Oh,
On Dimension 20, right?
yeah, Matt Mercer's been on. It wasn't a one shot because Dimension 20 don't do one shots, but it was. They do mini campaigns and then main campaigns. The mini campaigns usually only last for like 6 episodes, or the main ones last for like a good 18.
The connections are there. They could have one or more of the Grumps on.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I think Danny would be a god tier D&D player.
Oh, I think he'd be so good.
I think he would be absolutely.
I think he'd love it too.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think he would be an absolutely god tier D&D player. I just found an employee that has 1 star in cashier, 1 star in restocker, 2 stars in security, and 5 stars in storage. They are the most useless person I could possibly find to hire. I'm also looking at the genders of all of these, and it's boy, girl, 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 boy, girl, girl, girl. Oh no, that might be a boy, boy, boy. It's looking like Genshin's typical lineup, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I like how the 3 women on the top row are the exact same woman too.
Mm-hmm. It's great.
How much is that 1 2-star person going for?
$55 an hour, or a day, I guess I should say.
Well, at least they're not setting themselves unrealistically.
No, I'd say that's unrealistic. I'd give them like 20. Shit, yeah, you're right. I'm gonna have to buy every expansion just before we do anything, period.
Alright, I'm gonna read Am I the Asshole?
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for correctly guessing my friend's baby's sex?
Listen, buddy, it's a 50-50, but the thing is, you shouldn't be guessing if they're doing a baby reveal party. Like, you shouldn't just be playing that game. Because it's a 50-50, you're actively playing with fire. Right? Like, what are you doing with that? So,
I mean, I guess the question is, like, if it was one of those gender reveals where they're like, place your vote on, like, whether it'll be a boy or a girl, then, like, you can't be mad just because he's right.
Right, but I don't think
'Cause some gender reveals do that, where, like, before the actual reveal is done, they're like, wear blue if you think it's gonna be a boy, wear pink if you think it's gonna be a girl, or something like that.
Okay.
Just to, like, get people involved.
Can you conceive of a story that exists where a married couple would actively ask for the guests to guess the gender and then be mad about it?
Well, to be fair, we don't know if it's the friends being mad at him. Because I can't conceive of any reason anyone would be mad at him, honestly. But he's on Am I the Asshole, so let's read.
Really? Not the thing I said?
No, I don't know.
Well, no, if they didn't want, like I said, if they didn't want to, like, talk about it.
Oh yeah, if they didn't want to talk about it at all, then
Yeah, that's what I'm
sure,
saying.
yeah.
That's what the
Okay,
point I was
yeah, I
making
get.
was saying. Like, you know.
This is abuse. No, it's not.
Wait, do you have a broom
Justice.
in your hand?
No, I do not.
Then why did it say this is abuse?
Because I think there was like a delay because of the speed up, and I think she got whacked by Poison outside.
Oh, okay. But yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Like, unless, like the only, unless there's, like, a baby reveal party or something, you're playing with fire by trying to coax the gender out of someone, because, like, to me, this sounds like it's gonna be, like, one person in the marriage knows and the other person in the marriage doesn't, and, like, he's accidentally, like, you know what I mean? Like, done something along those lines. And it's just, like, if they don't want to talk about it, don't be open about it, you know what I mean?
Alright, I'm gonna read. On the weekend, my wife, 38 female, and I, 39 male, went to our friend's gender reveal. For background information, our friend already has 2 boys, and she told my wife that she's hoping for a girl this time. In the car on the way there, my wife asked me what gender I thought the baby would be. I said that given that the sex ratio at birth is about 105 boys for every 100 girls, my guess is that the child would be a boy. My wife said that given our friend had 2 boys already, there surely would be more chance for a girl this time. I replied that the 2 boys were not relevant to the sex of our child and our friends were expecting, and that there'd still be about a 51% chance that this child would be a boy.
Okay, so mathematically, yeah, he is correct about this, yeah.
At the gender reveal, it was announced that the child would be a boy. Although our friend tried to appear happy at the party, it was clear that she was disappointed that this child would not be a girl. My wife also appeared to be disappointed as well. On the drive back home, my wife got angry with me and said that I could have been more supportive and that I shouldn't have been so mathematical with my guess about the baby's sex. Edited to add, could have been more supportive referred to my guess that the child would be a boy and my reasoning for that guess. I told her my response was perfectly reasonable to the questions she asked me. She didn't like that and stayed quiet for the rest of the drive home. So Reddit, am I the asshole?
Yeah, he just gave a fucking informed guess
You
based
asked
on...
and he answered.
Yeah, you asked him and he gave an informed guess based on, like, maths and statistics. Like, Tyler, if I was like, I have a 51% chance of pulling a 1 from this bucket and a 49% chance of pulling a 2 from this bucket, what number do you think I'm going to pull? You're probably going to pull a 2. How dare you?
You could have been more supportive. Of what? Math?
Yeah, like... Just sounds like dudes just, like, you know, going at this logically.
Yeah. Not the asshole. You answered the damn question you were asked. Your wife wanted you to participate in magical thinking and not give an honest answer. You gave a factual answer and didn't announce it at the party or rain on anyone's parade. You simply answered your wife's direct question with your genuine thought process. Your prediction didn't cause the baby's sex for fuck's sake, just acknowledged reality. The problem isn't your mathematics, it's that people sometimes want comfort more than truth. This isn't on you, it's just misdirected emotion. Then a reply to that from someone else says, it really feels like she's blaming OP for the kid being a boy. Like his prediction somehow made it happen.
Yeah. I think I want to make these days go faster, Tyler, so I think I'm going to start hiring employees that just have really good restocker stats, because that's the only thing I care about. 3 cashiers has been handling this amount of employees, and there's this amount of customers, and there's not going to be any more customers, you know what I mean? So I think I'm just going to start buying people with 9 or 10 stars in restock, because that's the only thing I really care about at this point.
Alright.
That does mean, however, that I need to hire another girl.
No. What are we gonna name her?
A really good
We still have
question.
so many men we could name. We have fucking Ekam, Mori, Jazari. We could also go with Amaranth,
Yeah.
Sparks, Gub, any amount of men. Ogrenix, Abel.
Okay, well, you barely know Abel.
many
That would
men.
be silly.
I'm just saying there's so many men we could have, but we just have all women.
I'm hiring another woman.
Okay, what's her name gonna be?
Have a look and find her.
She's probably speeding around right now.
Nope, she's got no task right now, Tyler.
Okay. Ismira. Alright. I accept this. Ismira. You don't look like Ismira at all. You have a TV for a head.
Yeah, is that the part about how she doesn't look like Esmira at all, Tyler?
Yep, that's it. That's the only thing. Definitely not also that she's an average height instead of being like 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't answer if I asked this anyway, but
You're gonna ask it anyway, aren't you?
yeah. Because I can't. A while ago, I said something about wanting to see if I could hook up Lucille and Esmira, and you said that it wouldn't that I just couldn't, and wouldn't tell me why.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to guess a few things.
And I was
And you wouldn't tell
completely stoic about your guesses. Are you about to guess some more things so I can be stoic towards them, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is Ismira old enough to have also been part of the old woman polycule that Mavari and Rosalind were part of?
Dunno.
And did that polycule also involve Lucille's mom?
Dunno.
Because I think a pretty good reason to not date Lucille would be I fucked your mom and I feel like it'd be weird.
Yeah, dunno.
Alright. Because that's now my running theory.
Fair enough.
And I feel like that theory holds a little bit more weight than the
She is Lucille's
straight
mom.
theory.
No, she's not straight. I
It
could
definitely holds more weight than the is she straight theory.
promise you that that is not what it is.
She's bisexual at least.
Like, I won't give you many confirmations. That's one of them.
If at any point you find yourself thinking, is this person straight? The answer is no. The answer is just no.
I do make some characters straight, Tyler.
Couldn't keep a straight face. Straight face.
Yeah, hilarious, but I'm being serious. I do make some characters straight.
Give me one.
That was... You know the farmer that...
The one with chlamydia?
Yeah, I was gonna say him.
Is his name Harold?
No, it was like Derek or some shit.
You changed it to Harold because you liked how Harold was easier to yell.
Oh yeah, I always imagine like a you know, a middling woman yelling Harold sounds like.
Yeah. So we have Harold.
Uh-huh.
Can you give me anyone else? This is like a knowledge fight when Alex Jones starts listing things and you could hear Jordan in the background go, and name 5 more things.
Yeah, I know. If I gave you one of the answers that I want to give you, you're not gonna like it, Tyler.
It's okay. I'll deal with it.
Yeah? Will you?
I will.
Will you?
I'll deal with it.
Will you
will,
deal
yeah.
with it by telling me I'm wrong, Tyler? You'll be like,
A little
probably.
bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'll deal with it though. I will respect it if it is truly their sexuality.
Oh,
Are you about to tell me like fucking Sparks is straight?
no.
It's gonna be so unfortunate.
No, I would not tell you that Sparks is straight. Anyway, continue with the story.
No, you gotta tell me now. now you've hyped it, because now I'm like, who wouldn't I want to be straight?
It's not want, but it's just more that you've made allusions to this.
Like, I'm just trying to think, like... I feel like it can't be Gub at this point. He's
No.
definitely flirting with me.
Yeah, he's literally responding.
Like, he's... So if he is flirting with me, but he's straight, then, like, he's being cruel at this point, and I would lose attraction to someone that cruel. So, like, that would solve itself. You just said it's not Sparks.
I'm also not... It's not a problem because I think Lottie's attracted to them, by the way, Tyler. That's also the other thing.
Uh-huh, okay. I've just made illusions.
Not to Lottie and them, but just about their sexuality.
About this. Is it Lucille?
I haven't thought about hers, if I'm being honest. She gives me a married to her work and could never think of relationships vibe, so it's not like know what her sexuality is, it's more just that I could, like, like I can't think of her as anything but like
I'm pretty sure we've joked about her being just like a blatant lesbian, but just not having like just like oh like something about like someone like says something about like her finding a man and her looking up suddenly has the lesbian flag like draped around her shoulders like man.
yeah. I'm trying to remember, but probably like I just do imagine that she like it's not a matter of attraction for her. It's just more that like who has the time
Who has the time?
in this economy?
Who has the time?
Whoa! I got the
Truly.
achievement for catching every type of fish in the lake.
Yay!
I also
Congratulations.
ran out of butterflies and no one told me. Tyler.
Just 'cause circus is so eepy. I'm trying to think of who possibly would be gay that I've made allusion. The problem is I've made allusions to everyone being gay.
Yes, that's the
So-
problem. Yes, when
Yeah,
you
that
make
is-
it,
that is the struggle.
when you cast the net that wide, you pull back everything.
Yeah.
Millie, whenever she has been written in her native story, has been the main character's love interest, and she's always been straight
Right.
because of that.
Right. We've discussed that she's technically still falls under the LGBTQIA because she is the A.
Does that not, like, are you saying that that you don't use the term straight for someone who is in LGBTQ then?
I don't think so.
Because, like, yeah, asexual, but, like,
Because they still fall under the queer umbrella.
right, but... Oh,
And if you're queer, you're not
Fish.
straight.
I don't know if that's how I would use that.
But also, I kind of thought she was a romantically lesbian though, or at least romantically not completely straight.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. I didn't have that intention.
Mhm.
But I'm also saying that, like, as I've grown older and as she's being written in a story that doesn't include Azelf, it might become that. The thing is, because Millie is an 18-year-old, in the same way that a real 18-year-old probably would take time to develop, she's probably not... I don't probably have a finished scope of what her attraction is in this D&D campaign.
Hmm.
Because, you know, anything could change. For all I know, maybe this version of Millie will turn out to enjoy that, like, sort of, the intimacy of sex when she's, like, old enough to, like... Well, she is old enough, but you know what I mean, right?
Right. Had she had a normal, non-abusive, non-toxic childhood, she probably would have explored that shit and figured it out when she was like 16.
Yeah, like most
That is
16-year-olds
generally
do.
the age that people start like looking around and being like, "Hey, I think guys are cool, actually."
Bum's suddenly nice.
Strangely.
Girls' cooties? I could.
But yeah,
And that was it. That was my one character.
all right.
No, I'm thinking about most of the OGC that I haven't basically touched since I was a teen. I was like, basically all of them. But not because that's a factor of what I want to do, but just because those are books I haven't picked up and dusted off and rewritten in a long time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Straight by proxy if I didn't know anything else existed when they were made when I was 14, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was an entry in the character description you could edit. Sort of energy, right?
Is yeah.
For example, I already
That
changed
charm.
that.
I'm assuming Charm's probably in the bi.
Yeah.
She's got a boyfriend or two boyfriends. Does she
So,
have two boyfriends, or is it explicitly a V?
yeah, it
Where
is.
she's one of the ends.
It is a V. It is a V.
She has a boyfriend who also has a boyfriend.
That's why I
Not
said
that
it
she
like
has two
that.
boyfriends.
That's why
Yeah.
I said it like that. Not that she hasn't been in bed with both of them, because they're both
Obviously,
fucking
yeah.
triangle hunk-shaped men, and who wouldn't? But, like,
Right.
yeah, the one that she's explicitly romantically attracted to is Darius.
Hmm. Would she like still be like open to, if Lottie put the moves on her, or is she exclusively triangle-shaped men? Because he is absolutely not a triangle-shaped man. He's charismatic, yes, and good in bed, but like he's not a triangle-shaped man. So if that's her type,
It is
yeah,
kind of
he's
her
not gonna do
type.
it
It
for her.
is kind of her type, because the way I imagine it is like the whole, like, you know, the stereotype of the dainty woman sitting on the back of the man while they're doing push-ups, and she's like, you go get him, like, you know, like that sort of like
Mhm,
that aesthetic, you know what I mean?
mhm.
Like, that's sort of her thing, is she likes the really big men and really big women, so like she'd be into
Physical
Zarya.
strong man, yeah.
She'd be into Zarya in the same way, like Zarya from Overwatch.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that is like, she's small and dainty and short and likes big, tall, triangle buff men. Or women. Buff men, buff people, yeah.
Let's have her meet Ogrynix and like have to fan herself a little bit.
Yeah, she probably would. In fact, because she's well connected, she probably already has met Ogrynix. Because, you know,
Right.
member of the fucking whatever academy.
The super cool VIP Adventurers Club.
Yeah, D&D X-Men. But yeah, she has a type.
I do like the idea just over the years, Lottie has slept with every member of the Adventurers Party at some point. Like almost every single one of them.
I know I've made a couple of... I know I've, in the years that I've thought about them as relevant characters, also changed them to, like, be in some of the umbrellas that Lottie would not be a part of as well. So it wouldn't be every single one, but damn would it be close. Like, I know I have a
They
couple
just
of
start-
characters on there that are exclusively lesbian now, and I know I have a couple of other characters on there that are exclusively ace, and even one that's arrow ace.
Just imagine Charbs talking to like one of them that would have and been
Yeah.
like, oh, I met Lottie, blah blah blah, like describing like, oh, I know him. I met him at like blah blah blah, and she's like,
At a
oh,
con-
that's
at a-
kind of funny.
At a concert, like, 10 years ago in D&D Rio de Janeiro, God, he was good
Like
in bed.
Brunswick or whatever the fuck. And then like talking to another person like who also did somewhere else, and it's like, okay, one is just a coincidence, two is a little strange, but probably still just a coincidence. But after that, she's like, how many? I
Yeah.
have to know, and starts actively investigating, and finds it's way more than it should be.
Yeah. Like a solid...
It's not all of them.
It's a solid...
It's not even really like.
It's like a solid 75% of them.
It's too many.
Yeah.
It's too many to be a coincidence, but like it is a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. Lottie sleeps around enough that he was bound to get them eventually. Give him a big enough time frame, he will,
Which is literally what...
and that he has a big enough time frame.
Yeah.
That net goes wide.
You know what else goes wide? That pussy.
His legs.
Yeah, honestly. Oh my god, this is nearly the perfect employer.
Oh.
10, 9, 10, 10.
Oh, it's so close to perfect.
Yeah, it's still a girl.
Of course, it's a girl. You could use an Eileen.
I don't want to buy any of those things. What do I want to buy? I want to buy a new bait. I'm going to save up for the next bait. It's 12,000. It will let me get even better fishies. I'm going to make Eileen during the day. Select no task for everyone and then do this. Eileen's going to be our second security. Because she's got 9 stars in it.
Awesome. I have to know though. Would any of that 75%, would it include either or both of Charm's boyfriends, or the boyfriend and the boyfriend's boyfriend?
100%.
Both or one?
100%.
Awesome. Probably at the same time. If I had to guess.
100%.
Excellent.
let
Charm,
me put it this way.
Introduce you to my boyfriend and my boyfriend's boyfriend, and Lottie's like, "Oh, hello, again."
Let me put it this way: is Lottie exclusively a bottom? I don't get the impression. I get the impression that they're a switch, right?
He's like basically a true neutral switch.
Yeah.
He'll flip as he feels necessary, and he's got by now with his experience, he's got a pretty good feel for like.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is the Manwich.
Yeah.
Daikon into you into Darius is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get switched.
He's got a pretty good feel for what the partners are looking for, and he can swap as necessary.
Yeah, you are getting manwiched between Daikon and Darius.
Hell yeah.
Like, that is 100% what that is.
Which one is Daikon and which one is Darius?
So Darius is Darius is the one that Charm is in the relationship with. He is the golden retriever.
That's the goth one. No, that's the golden retriever.
He's the golden
right?
retriever, massive tower shield, holy Polonic powers.
So the golden retriever's got a type then. I'm realizing.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because dating Charm, the short, spunky goth wizard girl, and dating
he's into
Daikon,
bad boys. He's into bad boys.
the goth paladin guy, and also interested in and slept with Lottie, who I wouldn't explicitly describe as goth, but he's definitely got those aesthetics about him.
Yeah, no, he's into bad boys and bad girls, definitely. Because he's such a good boy. You know what I mean?
Such a good boy. Yeah.
But yeah.
God, I really want that meeting to happen now. Just very awkward. Like, oh, hello. Again.
You know what? I'll conspire something to make it happen. For what it's worth, I already did have something in the works, though it might be a little tragic.
Aww.
Don't awe at me, I like my tragedy.
I know you like your tragedy. That's just the difference between us then.
I forgot the sale!
You forgot the sale, fuck. Oh, that's my 11 o'clock alarm.
Your Betty Bye alarm?
Mm-hmm.
Well, finish story and stuff at least while we got this last day going.
That was that for the story.
How dare you? You have to start another one then.
Okay.
You have to!
Okay, hold on.
But yeah, I'm thinking of a few of the other characters. Like, for example, Elias's Arrow Ace. Completely not interested in any of that world.
So Lottie, that's one of the 25%.
Yeah.
We just... to give me context for any of the Adventurers Club members, you just have to be like, are they in the 25% or the 75%?
Yeah. It'd be very funny when you ask that around decks and they have zero context for what you're asking, and I'll just answer, giving them zero context for the answer of the question as well.
25. Okay.
Like, there'll also be another one who is just, like, like literally not of age, and so obviously Lottie wouldn't have done that with them either.
Mhm.
Because they are just like a girl, like they are just a girl, like they are just like a child, like a literal child.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel like I don't have to say it, but I will. Lottie's not interested in children.
No, I'm kidding. Imagine if that was.
Hastily scribbles down some notes.
But yeah. No, I was obviously. Lottie's into robots, like I have to assume. Hold on, would robots even fucking exist in this world? Is Technomancer... You know what, that's actually... Holy shit! Tertia can exist in D&D!
Yeah. Aren't Warforged just
Literally robots,
D&D
yes.
robots?
Yes. Tertia's story is kind of is tragic.
Oh.
Your stereotypical machine of war that failed because it grew feelings. Literally named Tertia because it's after the word tertiary for the like, you know, like a primary, secondary, tertiary use. You know what I mean? Was going to be decommissioned, but then, you know, was rescued by the group.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if she would be sexual, though.
The robot?
Yeah.
Sure. Lottie can certainly help her find out.
Well, there's actually quite a lot of unanswered questions when it comes to my story. And one of them is why Tertia failed as, like, the typical war machine, where, like, all of the other, like, of her succeeded. You know what I mean? It's like the why is Clank Clank question in the Ratchet and Clank's, like, stuff. And I never, like, actually gave an answer to that.
I also think it'd be funny if she was just like, well, I have heard that several coworkers have slept with this man. Is sleeping with people fun? They seem to think so. Let's ask.
Yeah.
And he's like,
just
well, I mean,
not...
I'll try, and I'll try to make it as fun and for you as possible, but, you know, if you don't enjoy it, that's fine, too.
I'm just not sure, because, like, I'm thinking about ideas now when I'm fascinated with the Five Nights at Freddy's universe, and the idea of, like, dead child spirit is always really intriguing.
Dead child spirits would make things complicated,
But that would make things complicated on a, like, a consent and age situation, right?
Yeah, that would make things complicated.
But do I want to do that? Do I want to follow FNUF? You know? I don't know. I'll be honest,
You could go
I
with
also
Poppy's
made...
Playtime, where some of them are adult spirits and toy things.
Well, I also will say that I made her shortly after watching WALL-E for the first time ever.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
When I was young, I was very impressed. You fucking son of a bitch!
What?
The employee pushed me. I was sitting in front of this shelf trying to pick up stuff, like, add stuff to it, and they had pushed me all the way to here.
I think that was me, actually. Sorry. I apologized! I had owned up to it, I apologized.
But, like... No, gimme.
No, you hit me. You can hit me, but I won't drop it. Anyway. You were talking about your Warforged.
Yeah, I you know, like 14-year-old me is very easy to impress and very impressionable, right? So like, who in their right mind is surprised that I saw Wally and saw Eve and was like, that's a character. I can make that into a character. Like, mindless robot that was suffused with the power of feelings, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, easily. Even more so influenced once I saw Ruby as well. Because that's not... That plot point isn't in Ruby. The robot always had feelings. Like, she was always a character with a soul. And it was Penny. Sad face. Pepperny. But like even more so in the sense that like I got an idea of how I'd like her to look while she's fighting and shit from that. But like, you know,
Yeah.
it could be like do you know Echo from Overwatch?
Echo.
Yeah. She's one of
she
the
was
newer
added
characters.
shortly after I stopped.
Yeah.
But I recall her like announcement trailer thingy.
Yeah, she's just like she's this like white silicon plastic feminine shaped flying robot thing with blue energy and an AI like assistant-y voice, you know what I mean?
You know, it's funny, I had an Overwatch OC that was basically that, but well, you know.
I need you to finish the but well, you know, because Tyler, you know I can't make inferences.
It's just because now I would feel weird doing anything more with her because, like, well, now it's basically just Echo.
Fair.
I'm not implying they stole from me because I didn't post her anywhere. I just thought of her and wrote down a description of her.
I wouldn't put it past them, but I didn't think that they stole from you. That would be a kind of ridiculous claim to make.
Yeah. It would require them
knowing
going into my
you.
private Google Docs and reading one random document of the hundreds there.
Man, we are so fucking close, Tyler. Look how few shop expansions there are left.
Shop's so big.
Yeah.
Why would we ever need this much space? We have all of the products.
I know. The thing is, people would put more of a product on a shelf, but I don't know why they would do that either, because with this amount, we never run out of a single goddamn thing. And the customers we get in daily are capped. They've been capped for like 2 weeks of in-game time now.
And like, there's so much storage too.
Yeah.
It's like if we utilized all this storage, we definitely would never run out of anything.
It's insane. I suppose you could make your shopping aisles less compact as well. Like, you could have them match the columns of the store pretty easily, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
And when people go to play for aesthetic over anything else, like, you also have the idea that, like, you don't have to have just massive straight aisles, but, like, sections with walls that break off, like, you know, areas and, like, areas that are just filled with decoration. Like, having a big space is much better for creativity. But, like, yeah, like, I found the amount of space in Supermarket Simulator to be quite constrictive, for example.
Right. I guess it's just the fact that getting all this space is like you get it like much later, I guess, because
we didn't have to. We've been making this we've been making this money for like this kind of money for like 4 to 5 streams.
That's fair.
Now.
We just weren't focused on getting the expansions because we didn't need them.
Yeah. We've been doing very much almost all of this game on a if we need this basis. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if we focused on like decoration and making the store aesthetically pleasing, like we could have like done a lot more expansions and then still be having more like products to buy and shit. Though, if I'm being honest, my argument about that does fall apart a little bit when it comes to the franchise points, because we'd be incentivized to spend the franchise points on the products regardless. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They'd just be sitting there otherwise, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
I kind of just wish you could spend franchise points on stars. Like for the brooms.
Yeah.
Like, just spend 10 franchise points on a single star to roll on the broom machine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just make franchise point stars. You don't even have to spend franchise points on stars, just make them stars.
No, I think you'd spend them. I think that would make it a fair trade-off from this. Or like a late game thing to do, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Or you gotta make events more consistent.
Right, because they've had one. Which had a snowman boss fight? I'm still gonna hop on about that. Tyler!
wonder if-
Tyler! 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 Tyler!
Mhm.
Tyler! Tyler!
Employee? Maury!
Not just employee. Not just employee.
Employees? Cesare!
Yeah.
That's a woman model.
Is it?
Cesare's woman now, yeah. Just a short-haired woman.
Oh.
So many women, and then they have to trick you too.
Yeah, come on. That's it, woman, but like the face is like that's not a very womanly face. Whatever that fucking means, I guess.
Yeah.
Fuck it, Tyler. Jazari's a bitch now. Jazari's a woman now.
All right.
That's just the way it
Can't
happens.
do anything about it. So.
Yeah. I am the government, and I stole.
Honestly,
I am the government, and I
he's
stole his
the
dick.
body at this point. It's been a hot minute.
I am the government, and I stole his dick.
Like, he'd very much like to have his body back because he was kind of fond of it, but like at this point, he'll take anything. Pat, 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 pat.
Oh, pardon me. I accidentally overwrote my... that, and then select them all as restocker, and do that. No. Set them all as restocker, save the priorities to this, load this. The fact that we have so many employees, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, actually, what if we did?
Squadron of them.
What if we did do a fourth cashier? Maybe we
could.
get more, because like that max customers is just max spawned during the day. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
and plenty of those people we just hired have like more than enough.
Cashiering skill to.
Yeah. Fuck it, let's do 4, and I'll set one of them to be a cashier. I'm gonna switch Eileen to that because she is max, and switch Mori to security. Mori's security is like 7, 8 stars, but I want the boy kisses to be out the front. You know what I mean?
You boy kissers better be watching for thieves. You can boy kiss between thieves, but you gotta watch out for them.
But like, if we have another cashier, right? Like that'll be more people passing through quicker, which.
In theory, yeah.
And I think the other thing that's going to help with this, and this is, it might sound crazy, but I'm getting rid of these self-checkout machines. Because they are slow.
Because okay. I get you.
A single customer will spend like 3 times as long in one of them as they would at a person here, and prevent a new customer from spawning in his place.
Maybe put the. I guess you already sold them. Never mind.
It wouldn't matter where I put them. It's about how long a customer takes scanning them.
No, I was gonna say, like, put them back, and just have like one day where we have an extra cashier and see how that affects customer, like how many customers we get, and then take the self checkouts away and with the 4 cashiers and see how that affects customer amount. Because like at this, with both the removal and the extra,
I get what you're trying to say. It stops being like we can't test it.
A viable experiment.
Yeah. How much is
too many variables?
I mean, I can, but we don't even know how many customers are on all the other days.
You said 70 is shit.
70 is allowed to be on the map at a given time. That doesn't, like, like, that's not 70 per day. That's just 70 models walking around on the map at any given time. That's what that means.
So does that mean if loan sharks are out there, then that's...
Okay, so you're taking it literally again. Tyler, do I have to hair split every single fucking idiosyncrasy about this? Because the employees don't count to that either. Do I have to...
Nope, I'm good. I got it.
Alright. But like, yeah, if we shuffle customers in, if we shuffle customers out quicker, we shuffle new customers in quicker. That's what I mean, right?
That's the theory, yeah.
And checkout machines are just not fast, and restockers are, and multiple restockers are faster than one restocker. Are you going to bed then?
Oh yeah.
Or can we do one more day?
We could do one more day.
Okay. I'll test it by the amount of money we make, because really that's the test here, right? I know there's a bit of variable flux in the amount of money we make, but if we get a noticeable increase just from doing this, then to me that says that it is exactly the way it is, you know what I mean? Heck, we might start running into the problem of having not enough stock when we have more employees to handle more customers. Maybe that is the incentive of having a bigger store. When you have 12 employees, maybe 6 of them are being cashiers, you're handling more than twice the customers we've been handling, which means more than twice the shit gets bought, which means we have to store and stock more than twice of it, you know? If we doubled the amount of product we had to buy, we would halfway fill the store space. Halfway is... like most of it, if you bend your mind a little bit.
Most of it.
But like, you get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll see if that makes sense. I just unlocked a new area to fish in with my little fishy girl. Should I go there?
Yeah.
I don't have any quests to do, so yeah, let's go there.
What was the princess name?
Corneria.
Corneria.
Yeah. Actually, I think the princess that I'm thinking of in Final Fantasy 1 is called Princess Saria or something like that. Sarah. But, like, she's from the realm of Corneria, so she'd be, like, the princess of Corneria. But that's just me nitpicking.
I was just like, my thought was just the princess of Corneria and the general of the south, they're divorced. And that's why they picked 2 different areas. It was originally just 3 dukes and a duchess because she was just his duchess, and then they just divorced. It was a bitter divorce. They are not happy with each other.
That would be funny. That was just a whole ass walrus!
I'm sorry, what?
fish. It even
Oh,
takes up
okay.
more space.
Well,
Look at
yeah,
this
it is a
motherfucker.
full-ass walrus. YouTube still hasn't loaded, by the way. That is a walrus, yeah. Big.
Well, I'm not sure how this is going because it seems like... I'm not sure.
Seems like it's going.
I'm not sure. It seems like we're making less money.
Well,
So now I'm confused.
I think getting rid of the 3 self-checkouts. Even though they're slow, they were still handling an amount of customers that are now no longer being handled. So just the one managed checkout.
I'm looking at the money now,
not-
actually. And it's like, oh, okay. You know, I think part of the problem is also just that the fuckers, like, spend so much time walking around and getting stuck on each other. I kind of wish we
Yeah.
had better ways to declog customers.
I mean, we could spread the.
No, it's
We have the
it's
space to.
it's because I don't.
I know.
No, I don't think that is what it is what I'm saying.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't think moving the spacing things out would matter anyway, because like they're just gonna take the exact same path to get to shit anyway, because they take literally the most efficient path.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the same for all of them, because they're all coming in through the same door and leaving through the same door.
I also don't think it's the coming in and leaving, because these are not that clogged. It is just like when there's like 15 customers like sitting here in an aisle trying to get past each other, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe spreading them apart would help. You know?
Mhm.
Anyway, 10 restockers gonna fill up all these shelves fucking immediately.
They're working on it.
This has overall so far felt like the same productivity.
Well, new hires are gonna take time to get their XP up, right?
Yeah.
And then they'll be.
It doesn't even look like Eileen gained a single cashier level, for example.
What is that clicking noise? Is that in my headphones or is that in? Is that something else?
I don't know.
Huh. Seems like it's coming from your stream to me.
Did it stop? I just muted the music, Tyler. Did it stop?
No.
Then it's definitely not.
Well, I muted the stream and it stopped.
Okay. That doesn't... It's not coming from me. There's no clicking on my end, and when I muted the YouTube audio, it didn't stop. Grab a hammer and break that pillar.
Yes, sir. Which pillar? This one?
No, the one next to the freezers. I mean, I'll probably need that one broken too, though, but...
Bam.
Now, clean up that motherfucking mess you just made.
Yes, sir.
Don't be so gay about it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, be a little more gay about it. But just a little. For a treat.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Now, just for funsies, be as gay as you possibly can about it.
Yes, sir.
I vomited a little when you said that. Alright, this one. I'm kidding, Tyler.
This one?
Yep. I just tried to fridge lock you. I'm gonna try it. I'll see what happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because maybe it is about, like, maybe giving them more space would help, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows?
At the very least, it might help with our sped up employees' tendency to get caught trying to go between shelves.
True that. I might even be able to play the game on 8 times speed with the shelves this sped out.
Perhaps. We should just take all of the storage room shelves and just
push them somewhere
them up on the-
else.
just line them up on the outer walls. So there's just a big open space in the middle.
I have another pillow for
That
you
way
to break.
they definitely won't be running into each other then.
I have another pillow for you to break.
Bam.
Not that one! I'm literally in front of it!
You were in front of that one when I came up. Sorry.
This is coming out of your paycheck. Which of course
What
is 0,
paycheck?
which means you owe me $4,000.
Excessive.
Can you get rid of this piece, please?
I'm working on it.
No, this piece.
The pieces don't look the same to me and you.
Okay, but...
So I just have to get rid of pieces until the piece that is equivalent to me is
Wow,
rid of.
that was all the way over there? Okay. Does that mean I was
Like, believe
hovering
me,
in
I
the
know.
air?
I just had to get this piece.
Does that mean I was hovering in the air for you, Tyler?
Yeah, you were hovering in the air a little bit.
Hot.
Now knowing that Lottie isn't Charm's type, it's really funny to imagine Lottie just being so fucking hilariously down bad for Charm, and Charm's just completely uninterested. He so desperately wants her.
It is kind of funny.
He's just so desperate. He is a thirsty man in the desert. He
He, like, makes his intentions and
is
desires...
a tall glass of ice water.
He just makes his, like, intentions... He just makes his intentions and desires known, and she's like, can you flex me? And he does, and it's, like, pitiful and tiny, and she's like, Machamp is savage.
She says flex and he misunderstands and does the thing where the gymnast thing where you like put your leg like above your head. Like it's flexible, just not, you know, strong. Agile, not strength. Agility, not strength. Dexterity, not strength.
That is very funny to me, though. Oh, Bird gave me a drink. That's how long we've been going for.
Drink. What is bird? Show me bird.
It's gone already.
Oh.
It gave me the drink and left. It did it literally immediately.
Bird.
Also, I don't know why, but the, there we go. That was weird. Ah, you left the hammer here. The fuck? Why is it cutting out?
Might as well cutting it.
What do you mean, why is what cutting out? The fucking music! You can hear it!
Oh, I muted the stream.
Why?
Because it was making noises.
Are you sure that just wasn't in the song, Tyler?
Yes. Very sure.
Okay. My stream is not making chook noises.
It's not anymore. It was before, though.
It wasn't making any I'm standing my ground on this. It was not making those
Okay.
noises.
Alright. Oh, Thomas Gilderoy, you were a fruity bastard. How did you make heirs?
So you've made Thomas, you've made Lottie, obviously.
Mm-hmm. One of the other ones I've made. I could just list a few Gilderoys.
And you made whoever the fuck Jazari's ex-lover used to be.
I feel like I've name dropped before on stream. I'll say it.
You have.
And
I've
you already
forgotten
know his
them.
name. So.
I've forgotten them. It's
It's
like Dominic. Yeah, I'd forgotten them, but I knew it was a name that I've used and known in my real life before.
Mm-hmm.
Like I knew a Dominic in real life.
So Gilderoys who have established characters and their time period that they were from. So there's Thomas Gilderoy, who's basically the first Gilderoy. So you've been whatever when the capital was founded. That's basically his time period. I don't know how long ago that was for you, but
Well, it has to be within 1,000 years,
within 1,000 years, yeah.
because that is effectively how that works, right?
True. And then I have Dominic, who's like 700 years ago, and Veronica Gilderoy, who's also around 700 years ago.
I'm assuming Veronica Gilderoy is the woman that he ran off with then.
And I
Woof.
know they have 2 daughters, and probably like another kid, but rip. So there's that. I don't think I ever named the twin daughters that they have. It's twin daughters. And then there's I believe I did name Lottie's parents, and they were Victoria and I want to say like Lysander or something like that.
Lysander's, if it's not Lysander, can it be Lysander, please?
Yes. So Victoria and Lysander Gilderoy were Lottie's parents.
Well, fair enough.
Lysander's a good name.
I quite enjoy it.
And they were obviously like 200 years ago, but also towards the tail end of the Gilderoy line, obviously. It's not going much farther.
Right. I have a pillar for you to blow up. And I'm standing
Yeah.
very intently in front of it.
I need to find where I left the hammer. Where did I leave it? think I put it away. I didn't, but I went and got another hammer anyway.
Out my face.
Yay.
Yay? What are you yaying about?
Smashing the pillar and cleaning up all the stuff.
Pleased by simple things, huh?
Oh, right. I forgot. There was also Tobias Gilderoy.
Interesting.
And, that's Veronica's dad.
You missed a chunk.
Did I?
Well, there is a chunk here. I don't know where that would be.
I hunt for it.
Well, if you actually, you know, if you give me the hammer, I can just literally hit it.
That's true. Here you go.
Because for me, the chunk is, you know, right here.
Oh, I didn't see anything explode, so...
There's also one over here. You see me floating when I do this, then?
Yep, you are standing a few feet off the ground.
Oh, I might not have enough. Oh, never mind, these are singles.
But yeah, so any periods between, like, the beginning of the Gilderoy line and 700, and then 700 in the end.
Well, you put the hammer in front of
Free
my
space
fucking
for
blackboard,
choice.
which makes me think you knew exactly where you were putting it and you were just fucking with me.
Oh no, that was accident.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look at this spin. Now it's blue!
Hey, Blue!
We may not have enough money for tomorrow, and it may legitimately be because you blew up an extra pillar.
No.
Yeah. Like, legitimately, exclusively because of that.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not asking, Tyler. If we don't
Okay,
have
no.
enough money to pay the bills tomorrow in-game, it is because you spent $4,000 blowing up a pillar I wasn't standing in front of. And no other reason.
Instructions unclear. Dick stuck in ceiling fan.
I didn't have any instructions about your dick. This is just a you thing.
Instructions were unclear.
It looks like we'll be fine. I do love that there's a billboard here advertising you as an operating system, though. Have you not seen that pop up?
No.
Where are you going? I'm standing right. You ran past me.
Where are you?
You ran right past me.
Where are you?
Billboard!
Oh. Hi.
That was a real rain moment. But yeah, look up at the screen, because one of the signs that can be that. Oh yeah, look, it's this one for me at the moment. It's like Tyler DOS. Or Tyler Model 005. It could be that. Yeah.
Like a little robot. Controversy. That is how perfumes are advertised, isn't it? It's so weird.
Esoteric mumbo jumbo nonsense that means literally nothing to an outside viewer.
Yeah. I guess it is difficult to create a purely visual ad for a product that creates a scent.
Well, so my take is that ads are like that for perfumes because they're supposed to be viewed as high-class art, and what kind of people consume high-class art but the people who wear high-class smells, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The person who wears this smell is in the museum looking at the live nude art painting of fucking whatever, you know, like that's the kind of person that is, you know? That's my take. My fish inventory is full. Tyler, you didn't tell me.
Sorry. My
I got
sheet's
an
a lot more-
orca! A narwhal? A snowman? That's not a fish! Why? Shop. Thank you, brain.
We were robbed once. We lost $74.
I'm sorry, I was boy kissing, okay? Look at
I know
him.
you were.
He's so kissable.
I know.
Wait a
Well,
minute,
he's like,
you think...
believe me, I know.
Wait a minute, you think my boyfriend's kissable? No.
Yes!
Boys and
Look at him.
Boys and jealousy arc.
Well, he's like, obviously, look at him.
I just think it'd be kind of funny for a boys and jealousy arc.
I also think it'd be really funny, Mori just exploding with embarrassment because Poison and Lottie are just very angrily yelling at each other about how hot and kissable Mori is. Like, they're in full agreement, they're just being very loud about it.
What do you
And
mean?
it's
Of course I
overwhelming
see how hot and kissable he is in the middle of Basra's bar.
Yeah. Random people are chiming in like, yeah, I see it. And Mori's just like, kill me!
Yeah. Poor Mori.
Mori just face down in the bar, his face bright red. Just like, someone please put me out of my misery. Please, before I combust.
Alright, you gotta go to bed, Tyler. If I keep on talking about Dund, I'll keep you up forever.
Yeah, that's true. Dun 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 dun. Did you end the stream on that? Because you should have. I think it's gonna be all downhill from here.
Shit.